Okay, if councilors could take their seats, please, we'll get going. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the June 26, 2025 meeting of the Barnstable Town Council. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make your presence known. This meeting is being televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via the Government Access Channel live stream feed on the town website, the My Barnstable app, the dedicated Barnstable streaming app, and streaming platforms including Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire Stick. There's no excuse for missing any meeting from the sounds of that. So we'd like to start with a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilors: Bloom.
Here.
Burdick.
Present.
Clark. Here. Crow.
Here.
Levesque. Ludke.
Here.
Mendes.
Here.
Neary. Penn.
Here.
Schnapp.
Here.
Starr.
Here.
Tamish.
Present.
Turkelson.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, just for the record, Councilor Penn and Councilor Starr are attending via Zoom. Because they're attending via Zoom, all votes tonight will be roll call votes. Correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. Pledge of Allegiance. Who's introducing our veteran for tonight? Betty?
Thank you, President Tamish. Please remain seated while we hear a little bit about our veteran for this evening. Tom Fury graduated from the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina in 1977. He was first assigned to Headquarters, Marine Corps Operations, where he worked as an administrator. For his next assignment, he worked as a security, non-commissioned officer assigned to the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Tom was honorably discharged from the Marine Corps in 1980. Following his discharge, he moved to the Cape and attended Cape Cod Community College. Tom is currently employed as a compliance fraud analyst consultant in the financial services field and is a volunteer photographer for the Cape and Islands Veterans Outreach Center and the Ancient and Honorable Artillery Company of Massachusetts. His most recently volunteered his time to photograph the USS Constitution's turnaround cruise honoring D-Day and the United States Marine Corps' 250th birthday. Tom's two sons are veterans. Charles, a graduate of Barnstable High School, is a combat engineer with the Vermont National Guard. And Liam, a graduate of Sturgis West, is a graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. Let's welcome Tom Fury to lead the Town Council in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you remain standing for a moment of silence. Tonight, I'd like to dedicate our moment of silence to Rick Presby. As you know, on the agenda tonight, Rick was the chairman of the housing committee that we had, subcommittee that we had, ad hoc committee, and he has passed away. And Councilor Schnapp would like to add some words.
Thank you, President Tamish. Rick was a force to be reckoned with in terms of providing housing to so many of us in our community across the entire Cape Cod. But he was also an incredibly invaluable member of the Marston's Mills Village. He and his family moved to Marston's Mills about 20 years ago, and he jumped into whatever needed to get done. And especially after he retired from his long career at the Housing Assistance Corporation, he doubled down, became a very active member of the Marston's Mills Village Association. He became a member of our board, participated in all of our fundraising events, Village Day, a ham and beans supper, our breakfasts. And he also got very involved with the Marston's Mills Historical Society, just recently taking on the presidency. He also served on our Marston's Mills Scholarship Committee. You can tell he's going to be leaving a very large hole in our village. So I hope all of you can join us in this moment of silence in memory of him.
Thank you. Be seated. Okay, we will move into public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village on the sign-in sheets on the rostrum. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. Written comments are always welcome at council@town.barnstable.maus and will be distributed to the entire council. Jane?
Thanks, President Tamish. I'm here tonight representing myself, and I appreciate that you are all working hard on considering and approving the budget for this town. So I have a little bit of an economic twist on a very concerning issue that's hitting us here in Barnstable as well as nationally, and that is the pretty wild, out of control immigration sweeps that are happening across the country by masked, unidentified officials, presumably ICE officials that come after people arriving in unmarked vehicles and creating turmoil across the country. Presumably they were going to be arresting criminals, and they're sweeping up a lot of other criminals. What I want to say is that my concern about this is from a humanitarian perspective and a legal perspective. Humanitarian first, we are all immigrants. Some of us may have come a couple generations ago, some of us may have come a couple years ago, but in my history, as you know, I was 26 years in the Air Force. We have 65,000 immigrants serving in the U.S. forces. Many have become naturalized citizens. Many are on a path to citizenship, but they are serving alongside the rest of us whose families may have come a couple generations before. And as far as law, there's this due process, lack of identity, lack of warrants, what's going on here? But I want to point out the fact that this type of immigration sweep is a direct assault on our economy, not only locally, but nationally. And locally, I just want to point out some data that you're probably all very well aware of, but we are primarily a tourist economy. 1 out of 5 jobs on Barnstable County are related to our seasonal industry, and of those 1 out of 5 positions, 30 to 40% are immigrants. Many are here fully documented already citizens. Most are in the process of, they have legal status and they're working towards citizenship. And this is an enormous part of our economy. $2.7 billion a year of monies coming to Cape Cod, $250 million of state and local taxes, and they're predicting, not just because of the immigration sweep, but because of tariffs, because of a lot of other changes that have happened in our country in the last 6 months, that our tourism economy will probably be declining by 10 to 20%. That's going to be significant, and that's going to be a budgetary consideration as well as a humanitarian and legal consideration. In addition, other sectors besides the tourist sector, healthcare, which was my background, 1 out of 5 healthcare workers in the country are immigrants. 1/3 of our physicians and dentists were born outside the United States. Home, health, and elder care, 40% are immigrants. And again, the vast majority are here with either already finalized paperwork or in very legal status, following the laws, paying taxes.
Ms. Ward, please wrap it up.
So I hope that you would consider making a statement of support for the safe community principles as town leaders so that we can let our immigrant neighbors and friends know that this is a safe place for immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, folks, doing tonight? Eric Schwab from Hyannis. I'm here to speak regarding the ad hoc zoning recommendations that you'll be hearing earlier, or later, rather. And the reason is these zoning changes are destroying Hyannis. We've seen that the old bank is going to be knocked down next year. The Christ Church is in the process of being knocked down. And now we find that there is a 40-unit development plan for Pleasant Hill Lane that threatens the entire Stewart Creek watershed. How much destruction do you expect this village to endure before you listen to the committees that have come to you with recommendations? I mean, the recommendation that came from the ad hoc committee on zoning has been before you for several months now, I think, right? A couple of months? And nothing's happened. So I hope that tonight, when they have an opportunity to speak, that you actually take some action to slow down the destruction of Hyannis. Slow down this four-story mania bumping up against residential neighborhoods. I mean, you have to soften these edges to keep Hyannis livable. If this kind of development was going on in Katuitt, people would be screaming. Okay, but because it's Hyannis, you're not doing anything. You're not responding. So we ask you, please, listen to the recommendations from the Ad hoc Committee on Zoning and take some action tonight to blunt the worst of this that's happening to Hyannis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Larry Moore, and I'm from Katuitt. And I'm here tonight on a very limited topic for me, but one I think that applies to everybody, both on your side of the diocese and on ours. This is my attempt tonight to cover the major purposes for which we have public comment in the first place. I've done a lot of research on it. And in the process of submitted information to the council, but I want this to go public. The first point is what I call people first. What is people first? Of all the times I've attended town council meetings and committee meetings, only 2 members of the council in the last 2 years have stood up and said clearly that the purpose for the public comment is for the people. So we need to keep that in mind. The second issue deals with public comments that come in writing. And President Tamish has already mentioned that. My concern is that the public does not know what the content of that is. And, it should be read out verbatim or given in some way that everybody on the public knows what is said. The third thing is the 3-minute rule has its issues. I could actually call it the Gong Show, but right for now, I'm going to limit it to say that I think we need to take a good hard look at how the 3-minute rule should be applied. The fourth thing is about debate being prohibited. And what does that mean? That means very simply that speakers speak, as I am doing, and as other people have done. Town council has 3 choices. They can respond, they can disagree with specific comments, sometimes with reasons, or simply say nothing. I'm not here to change that pattern, but I am here to say that if there are differences of opinion that are raised during the public comment, there should be a debate. What's the reason for having a fear? We're not talking about a contentious debate, it's a civil debate. That should be considered for the purpose of getting issues clarified and stated clearly. The fifth point, what's a unified practice mean? Unified practice has 2 dimensions that I can see. One is that, believe it or not, under the pending town council rules, specifically Rule 5H, it says specifically that the town council members shall also be limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise authorized. How many times have we had any of you ever interrupted if you've gone beyond 3 minutes? The next point deals with what is the purpose for having the public comment in the first place. There are multiple sources. I went back to what I would call the beginning of time meaning the charter. The charter sections 1.4 and 2-6C simply state that the purpose is not and never was intended to be or become for the benefit of the council. Rather, the purpose is and always shall be for the benefit of an opportunity for citizens to express their concerns and to have them considered and acted upon. Even under Section 24-1 of the Administrative Code, it adds that the purpose was intended to allow for and encourage the effective delivery of municipal services to and for the benefit of the residents. Those are the things that this whole public comment should consider. It should
Mr. Moore, your time
never
is up.
vary from that. What?
Your time is up, thank you.
Okay, I've got one more thing. I would like to remind all of us that President Kennedy at his inauguration said, "Ask not what your country can do for you." But there was a very sequence that should be followed. He said, never negotiate out of fear, but never fear to negotiate. Think about it.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Ayotte. Can you hear me with
Pull
this?
it down a little bit more. There you go.
My name is Nancy Ayotte. I live in Centerville. I rise to ask you to support our immigrant community and our immigrant workers in particular. What's going on is cruel, it's inhumane, and it makes no economic sense. We're shooting ourselves in the foot here. Restaurants that tourists rely on are not opening because there's not enough workers. I've had work done on my home, and I'm told now the workers were not speaking English. They did a wonderful job. I appreciated it so much. I'm told if I want more work done, well, there's going to be a delay because now, this was before ICE got going. Now they don't have many workers. And you know, there are help wanted signs all over the place. We all see them. As a social worker, I used to help families set up elder care so their elders could stay at home through their last days. For a recent diagnosis that I've got, I'm going to need that kind of service pretty soon. And I'm told, because I call the agencies I used to rely on, and they're telling me, no, 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 it's very unlikely that we can provide that because we don't have workers. So I call on you to just please use your voice, represent us. It's an economic issue. It's a humanitarian issue. The immigrant workers need us, but we need them. We need them a lot. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. I'm Carol Young-Kleinfeld. I live in Marston's Mills. I am a wife, a mother, and a newish grandparent, and a very active community volunteer with several organizations here in Barnstable and throughout Cape Cod. I understand from recent comments from several organizations on the Cape that Barnstable is one of the only Cape communities that has not, through its governing body, publicly made a resolution or a statement of support for the policies espoused by groups such as the Cape Cod Coalition for Safe Communities or the Falmouth Immigrants' Rights Coalition. If this is true, I would be very surprised. I hope it's not, but I would urge you to unite with other Cape Cod communities and consider issuing a resolution endorsing the protection of civil rights, due process, and safety for all families, children, and workers living in Barnstable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Lori Crawley, and I'm here. I live in Hyannis. And I just lost my thing, so hold on 1 minute. Okay. So I had written to, it's regarding the concern I have regarding the development at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane. And I had sent something to Mr. Hoops on June 1st, and he immediately got back to me and said he would pass it on to the Conservation Commission, because that's who I thought. I've never heard back from them, however, so I'm going to read what I wrote regarding that. So the 3.34 acre site at 32 Pleasant Hill Lane is located within the Stewart Creek watershed, a highly sensitive environmental zone. Approval for a major housing project on this site appears to have been rushed through without adequate proof of watershed capacity or proper stream classification. This lack of due diligence could increase the risk of flooding and cause long-term environmental harm, especially to our environmental justice community. While I strongly support the need for additional housing options, I'm frustrated that such developments continue to be concentrated in Hyannis. I can't help but wonder if this proposal were in a different Barnstable village, would the same rushed and incomplete process have occurred? So I had asked him if he would refer the matter to the full Conservation Commission for thorough review. And so I can only ask you tonight, when you hear later on, I trust you will consider the broader impact and do what is right for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Good evening, everybody. How are you doing?
Good.
Oh, all right, good, great. Glad you're all here. Good here. Well, As you know, I live, well, now you know, I live on 32 Pleasant Hill Lane or 25 Pleasant Hill Lane. And this is where they want to put up 2 4-story behemoths.
Jeffrey, would you just identify yourself for the
Jeffrey DeLuz. Yeah. Yep. Stuart Bornstein wants to put up 2 4-story buildings right there at the end of a dead-end street, one way in, one way out. Mr. Levert, what was his name, I believe is this? He's not here today.
Quebec?
Levesque, yeah. He came by and visited me the other day, and we had a long talk and a long walk around the entire property. And we went up and down and through, and I took him through the watershed, and I took him through the backyard, I took him through the streams, I walked him all around everywhere, and he looked at me and he said, I didn't realize that this was here. I said, yeah, it's been here. And I said, 4-story buildings. He stood on the end of the street and looked up and said, those buildings are going to go taller than them trees. And my sister's house is right there, like that wall is my sister's house, and they want to put a 4-story building, 2 of them, not even lined up like in consensual, to make it look like a neighborhood. Just jam one in here, jam one in there, kitty corner it, and like, what the hell is that? Then put the parking lot in there, which means all the trees that are there are going to be wiped out. It's going to be a big parking lot and gigantic buildings right on the watershed, right on the pond. And I took him down there to see the pond, and he couldn't believe it. He says, Jeff, if I'd known this was here, I apologize sincerely. Those are his words. I would have never let this pass. I said, now you see what we're up against here, because there's no need for all that foolishness there. It's residential at the top of the hill. It's residential to the right of the hill. Jenny Fort's, my place, the neighbors, and my sister Lisa's right there. And you're going to go, okay, let's let Stewie Bornstein have his way. Let's change the zoning laws, and let's just throw a commercial building in the middle of residential. It should never happen. As soon as you stop mixing commercial with residential, everything goes to hell. There's noise, there's confusion, there's pollution, there's crap, there's no privacy, no nothing. Residential means residential. And they bent to his will to get what he wanted. And the commission let him get away with this nonsense for money. He doesn't have to live here. He doesn't have to live there. He can't do this in Katuitt, can't do it in Sandwich, can't do it in Barnstable, can't do it in Marston's Mills, can't do it in Hyannisport, can't do it in Osterville. Those people got a lot of money. They'll buy the land and turn it into a park before they let some damn building like that creep up in the middle of the neighborhood. 2 40-story buildings, that's 80 cars. 80 cars, maybe more. And then put a parking lot right there. Knock down every single tree that you come down that street. There'll be no trees left. It'll be just one big, giant parking lot mess. I took my kayak. It's on Truth of, what is it, Social, Barnstable, Unofficial. I took my kayak into the dry stream that the committee said, well, we believe the mosquito control people. What? I'm in there in a kayak, rowing around through the streams and through the pond back there, and this is supposed to be dry.
Mr. DeLuz, your time is up.
It's been up for a long time. Let me tell you, you all need to do something about this. This is foolishness, man. Now they want to knock down Jenny Fort's place and put another building in there. That's 120 cars on a dead-end street with one way in and one way out. Our quality of life goes down and our property taxes go up and everything is a mess. There'll be no birds, no trees, no ducks, no birds, everything. We got rabbits, we got skunks, we got possums, we got raccoons, we got everything running around, snakes, frogs, turtles, everything, and you're just going to wipe it all out for greed. He had his chance
Thank you
to
very
get
much.
what he needed over there at, I'm just pissed.
We hear you. Thank you very much.
We hear you, Jeff. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Maria DeLuz. Love you, bro. I let him go a little longer this time.
Thank you.
Oh. I don't know. Same thing, foolishness. It just doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't. The dry part really gets me because I live on the other side on the pond, and for it to go dry, that means I'd be able to skate on that pond because it wouldn't be flowing water all the time, but you can't go near the edge of the pond, even in the wintertime, because it flows all the time. I probably have enough pictures of that over the years because I've been there for 28 years now, and yeah, there's water and swans and wonderful things back there, and you're right, it wouldn't happen anywhere else. It probably wouldn't happen in Katuitt. And you have the North Street parking lot, then you got Eugenia's area, and then another. That's three. I could stand in one parking lot and literally throw a stone and go over an apartment building area and then hit the next spot. I got a pretty good arm, but that's not much distance. You could hold your breath and walk from one property to the third property where 130, 40 people are supposed to live. If that does, I'm going to find out where some people live, and I'm going to just go camp right in your backyard and just kind of bring some people and see how you like that, because you probably wouldn't like that. But if you invite me over, I'll bring some friends. We can hang out and make some noise, make it a little annoying for you, you know, make you feel like the rest of us. Oh, and what's the thing about Barnstable? Barnstable hasn't done much of the signing for immigration. Is it because we have a lot of, how come you're not signing that? We have a lot of immigrant workers here. Is there a reason why that's not being done? I just heard of that this evening. I think we have more here, living here, than most towns, probably. Anyways. I don't have anything else to say.
Thank you, Maria.
My name is Juliette Farrell. I live in Marston's Mills. I used to be a resident of Mitchell's Way in Hyannis, near this sensitive area we've been discussing. To speak to the immigration issue first, I just want to say, you guys all know, familiar with Anne Frank? You know who Anne Frank was? All know that. The people who hid Anne Frank were breaking the law. The people who turned her in were following the law. The people who put her on the train to the concentration camp where she died were following the law. The current state of the government position on immigration might be the law, but that doesn't mean it's morally right. And we all need to do what is morally right, because that is correct. So that's what I'm going to say about immigration. As far as the Stewart Creek watershed area, it's preposterous, you guys. Go down there, look. It's literally preposterous to think about stuffing those giant buildings in that sensitive area. And as far as demolition, demoing Eugenia Ford's house. Like, I know there's some people that claim that wasn't her residence, so it's not important. I was her tenant on Mitchell's Way for nearly 6 years. She was living in that house when she was my landlady. It was her house. Dolores DeLuz, 91 years old, her neighbor, testifies she lived there. It's another preposterous bunch of baloney to try to force through something that the only people who want it are the people who are going to make money off it. And the people who have to live with it, nobody wants it. The environment doesn't want it. Our water supply, our watershed doesn't want it. Our sewer system doesn't want it. what's the right thing to do. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Rhodes, and I'm a resident of Falmouth. I am the president for the NAACP for the Cape Cod branch, and I am the treasurer for the Zion Union Heritage Museum. I had a conversation with somebody last week, which I thought was very interesting. That is a real interesting take on this need for housing. The two-income family of 5 was trying to rent a 3-bedroom apartment, and the rent was $5,100 a month. Makes me wonder how many apartments and units are actually vacant, and do we really need extra houses, or do we need to fill the buildings that are standing and existing already? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is. My name is Miriam Barboza, and I know I said I was going to do a presentation, but the matter before us is just too important. Now, what troubles me is that you watch how much the Cape has changed. And to be honest, it's changed by people who have come here for a vacation and decide to stay. And they say, we're going to make it better for the people. Well, they make it better for themselves. And they do it on the back of the generations who have lived here forever. Whether they like it or not, that's what has happened. And they left the generations crying, feeling the pain, and being sad with nothing to do. What are we going to do? And then you hear those that say, and half of the vacationers jumped on all these boards, zoning board and everything else. And then it's like, oh, well, why didn't they jump on the board? Well, let's make it clear. We weren't vacationing. This was our home. We had to work, take care of our families. We had to live. So everyone couldn't jump on the boards. Unfortunately, we trusted some of the people sitting on the boards. And then after they turned it into a city, they're going to complain, let's get these people out of here. You knew what their intent was just by getting rid of all the affordable stores. And now you're going to tell me that wetlands that I used to catch frogs in still have turtles that come from there across, and we have to catch them and pick them up and put them back in the woods. They're going to make a decision to destroy that too? No. They can build homes where they were going to put the car wash. But to start knocking houses down and destroying our lives, we really, really have had enough. And it's all been by people who have come in. Oh, I'm a Cape Carter. I've been here for 20 years. I've been here for 30 years. Well, we've been here for over hundreds. Believe me, many of us can go here, who live here, can go back. Now, I'm not necessarily blaming this board because many of you were not on the boards when a lot of these things took place. But all of you on the board now can help make a change. You can change this right now. You can stop it. Talk about the zoning board doing what's right. There's not a house that I lived in on the Cape that is still standing on North Street, next to the church. They're all gone. That was a residential area. They came in, it's good for business. Now there's business up and down, and if anybody who has been here for 1,000 years wants to build a little shack on the corner. Oh, no, you can't. That's a business area. Well, we need to stop. And I am asking this board to please think, really think. Because if you don't believe me, and then, I know his little attitude and anyone else that's rich. Oh, they're complaining about affordable housing. Well, we can build it over here. Well, number one, yes, we do want affordable housing. But we want decent affordable housing. We have a right to have decent affordable housing, just like every human being has a right to breathe. And to build homes on a wetland, years down the road, they're going to end up being destroyed. They're going to have snakes. Plus, you're going to mess up the ecosystem. We've done that enough on the Cape. So I'm telling you right now, I swear to goodness, everyone else can leave the Cape. I will put a tent and I will live on the green. I promise you, everyone knows I'm not too embarrassed to do it. Nor am I too shy. My sons don't like me, but I don't really care.
Ms. Barbosa, your time is up.
Oh, okay. And one thing I want to say about the immigration situation, my sister, who, they're all different than me. They don't speak publicly. They came to her home on Bursa's Way because there was an address looking for somebody. She happened to look out her little Zing camera there. They're running around her house, all masked up. And I was so mad, like, why did you call me? I would love to confront them. I'm sorry, because as far as I'm concerned, kidnapping me, and I'm going to shoot somebody. And I'm going to say they were kidnapping me. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, residents. Thank you for coming. Now, my name is Lisa DeLuz, and the last town council meeting, I offered an invitation for all of you to come down Pleasant Hill Lane. One gentleman on the board in particular said yes. I have not seen him. I have not seen a lot of you. Now you're talking about wetlands and where people live. How are you going to make a determination of what should not go on if you haven't the foggiest clue of what's down there? And I look at each and every one of you. I don't see anybody physically challenged where they couldn't come down and look at what you should be looking at before you make a decision. Unlike the Conservation Committee, who said there's no water, my brother paddled in a kayak. They lied. We all know they lied. Those of you who come down will see that they lied. You cannot just let a lie go on. You know the old saying, evil flourishes when good men do nothing. It's your job as town council of all of us to do your job. I believe I said that last time. And I know you're going to tell me my time is up. But my time is important as yours is. I offer another invitation. Come down there. See what you're about to let destroy. Oh, wait a minute. The last meeting, what were they talking about? Not here, the nut jobs on the other council. Oh, can we move? It looks a little tight. Can we move it a couple inches over? How about if you swing it to the left? Do you actually think that should have passed? Most people will tell you, get your facts, get your information straight, and then come back to us. Not carte blanche because somebody has a lot of money to run over us. It ain't gonna happen. I'll go to the damn newspaper, I'll tell them to seek out the council members, find out why they didn't come down, find out why they didn't do their job. It's not a threat, this is serious. And I'm losing sleep over it. you're going to cut down not only all the trees, for all of you who have not read the Massachusetts Constitution, read the preamble, please. Make sure you read it. We all have a right in the state of Massachusetts. And for you all to ignore it is an injustice. And an injustice somewhere is an injustice everywhere. Folks, if they do it here, they're going to come after you sooner or later and let stuff pass. I think that everybody needs to check when buildings go up if they got the proper permits, not only the proper permits, but also the correct information, and check on it. Because they don't tell the truth. They don't just come on. I don't like to call people liars, because it's really not cool. But there's a lot of liars going out, and they're not doing their job. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes. They're going to have trouble at Pleasant Hill Lane because you ain't pulling no wool over our eyes.
Mr. Luz, your time is up.
I'm sure it is. Please come down. I'll be looking for all of you, for those of you who haven't come. It means that much to me, and as town councils of the town of Barnstable, you should make it a point to come down and see it. Y'all ain't busy every damn part of the day. You got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Think about what I said and come on down. Read the Massachusetts preamble.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Young, and I'm a member of the Hyannis PFAS Community Working Group, and I'd like to read the letter that I submitted to the Town Council today. Hyannis PFAS Community Working Group members very much appreciated Barnstable DPW's recent public forum and information session addressing primary and secondary sources of PFAS contamination impacting our sole source aquifer and the health and well-being of many residents. Speakers and their presentations together provided a comprehensive perspective on the pervasive nature of the contamination across Barnstable and into Yarmouth, and on significant ongoing concerns of the community, while also emphasizing that Hyannis area water supplies are safe to drink. Following our June 6th communication, Hyannis PFAS Community Working Group presented 2 additional takeaways from DPW's June 18 forum. The airport's expansion of PFAS sampling, health exposure assessment, and overall site characterization activities is welcome, and the just announced plan to investigate a permeable reactive barrier for controlling the off-site PFAS migration is extremely encouraging. Community-based public health interventions are needed to help mitigate the health impacts of PFAS exposure occurring throughout the town's public water supplies, as well as secondary exposure pathways. Direct involvement by the Town Council will be necessary to ensure that adequate resources are available across multiple governmental entities, and town departments for accelerating airport site characterization, control, and remediation, and for building community awareness, improving information access, and coordinating with medical and public health providers to expand surveillance, testing, and improve the standard of care for at-risk individuals. We look forward to further dialogue toward community-approved PFAS mitigation as our second TAG grant kicks off on July 1st. This one addressing PFAS contamination at both the airport and the former Barnstable County Municipal Fire Training Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Good evening, councilors. Bob Schulte from Centerville. It's nice to see all of you. As its former chair, and on behalf of the members of the Ad hoc Zoning and Regulatory Agreement Committee, I'd like to thank you for scheduling tonight's workshop to discuss the recommendations presented to the council by the committee. I look forward to listening to your discussion and will be happy to answer any questions that come up and which you think I might be able to answer. Another one of our committee members, public members, is Ken Alsman, who is also here this evening. I wanted to remind you that the committee was comprised of both sitting councilors and members of the public. Its members represented a diversity of life and professional experiences and held a variety of views and opinions on the topics we discussed. While I'm sure that the members of the council were all doing their best back on February 2nd, 2023, the evening the Section 240 Downtown Hyannis zoning districts was passed, the reality is those council members spent a total of about 3 hours as a group that night to review, discuss, and make amendments to a major zoning amendment that was proposing a significant change that would impact the way downtown Hyannis looks and feels. By comparison, the Ad hoc Zoning and Regulatory Committee held a total of 18 meetings over 9 months, spent at least 40 to 50 hours reviewing the key provisions of Chapter 240. Before making its final recommendations to the council, the committee members reviewed a variety of information provided by the town and other sources, met with and heard from numerous town employees, subject experts, and also received extensive public comment regarding concerns and changes residents would like to see made to the downtown Hyannis zoning districts. We took into consideration the impacts and concerns that have evolved and been expressed since 240 was amended in February of 2023. All of this information was seriously discussed, often debated, and taken into consideration by the committee. At the conclusion of its work, 7 of the 8 participating committee members agreed on the recommendations presented to the council in its memo dated April 7th, 2025. As you know, the 8th member's comments were included as an appendix to the memo. As a result of your workshop this evening, I ask that you move forward by requesting the Planning and Development and Legal Departments to draft and provide wording for a town council agenda item that would amend the relevant sections of Section 2 of Chapter 240 of the Town Code to reflect the immediate priority actions recommended by the Ad hoc Zoning Committee. Additionally, I ask that the council establish a plan and timeline for addressing the additional high priority and priority actions that were recommended to the council in the memo. Thank you. I look forward to your discussion tonight.
Thank you, Bob. Any further public comment? Any comment online? Seeing none? Okay, we'll close public comment at this point. I'm sorry.
I do have 3 letters that came. I do have 3 letters that came to me today that they couldn't attend the meeting. They wanted me to read them out loud.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll read them in the order that I received them. Hello, I am Desiree Filkins, the artist who painted the mural that paid honor to Eugenia Forts in the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. I want to support in any way I can, and I would love for you to add my name to the list of supporters. This is my contact, please, if you can keep me updated. And she's, the subject, of course, is the Eugenia Forts house. Brian Meneses wrote to me and he said, "Good afternoon, Charlie. I'm in support of saving the Eugenia Forts house in Hyannis. Best regards, Brian." And finally, I received a call from Scott Blazes. Hello, distinguished counselors. My apologies for having to have a statement read. I have some difficult health problems that I'm wrestling with, and it is preventing me from attending. I'm speaking on matter before you with regards to the Eugenia Forts property and the nearby Barnstable property that is under development agreements. I have no specific knowledge other than anecdotal knowledge as a life resident. The stream at the head of Pleasant Hill Lane was a stream that I never remember drying up, and in my memory it was on the maps as a perennial stream. But I could be mistaken, however. I think, given the extremely courageous nature of the DeLuz family's contribution to the town An effort should be made to make sure that any and all rules and regulations were properly followed. My apologies for being so long. However, you know me from the past and my time on commission. We get a chuckle, and I remember that I was always verbose. Thank you very much, and thank you for indulging me. Sincerely, Scott Blazes.
Thank you. Okay, I have, as my custom is, any letters that are sent to the council as a whole, I also make mention of, and these letters are posted or will be posted on the council website page. A letter from Sue Hamill calling for a building moratorium within the town. A letter from Jen Ratcliffe regarding Pleasant Hill Lane in Eugenia Fortz's house, requesting that it be preserved. And a letter from G.L. Hollins regarding resident beach stickers. They feel there should be a Cape-wide beach sticker. And Betsy Young, I was going to acknowledge those, but she did it verbally, so we don't need to. Any further public comment? Seeing none. Council response to public comment. Anyone on my left? Councilor Schnepp?
Thank you, President Tamish, and thank you for all those attending tonight and the passion that you've brought on many, many important issues. We have a long meeting. I'm just going to make a couple of quick responses to some of these issues. Regarding the immigration, I know that there's many on this dais that feel very strongly about what's happening on immigration and are participating in many ways to express our indignation of what's happening. To the extent that the town council as a body can take any action or make a statement, I think that that needs to be initiated by you, and that you need to provide us with specific actions or resolutions you'd like us to consider. I don't believe I've received any to date, so if any of you have attended and that's an important issue, please send us additional information. It's complicated. It's very complicated. We know that there's a lot of retribution going out there for any bodies that are making contrary statements, but as someone said, you know, this is the time that we sometimes need to stand up. In terms of the property that has brought a lot of you here tonight, I did go to the property. I did not make an appointment, so I know I didn't speak to anybody that I was there, but I understand and appreciate that this does not seem like an appropriate development, and I would like to have our staff at some point, either tonight or in the very near future, tell us where this development is in our regulatory processes and where there's possibilities for us to pause, delay, stop what's going on, because I think that's very important. And again, we'll be later down discussing the reports, so we'll have plenty of time for discussion. Thank you, Ms. Young, for briefing us on the PFAS to date. Thank you.
Councilor Mendes?
Thank you. As Councilor Schnepp said, we have a really long meeting, so just a couple quick points. As far as the immigration thing goes, unless you're native, we're all immigrants, obviously, or descendants of immigrants. And everybody knows how I feel about the building, and not only on Pleasant, but all of Hyannis. I mean, I made no secret about it. I'm not for any of it, so that's it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? On my right, Councilor Lutke.
Thank you. What incredible comments tonight. And I like what Juliet said, I think the best, because I think it speaks to what's a community. And there was a lot of talk about the respect for people and maybe the lack thereof we've shown in some of our policies. And Juliet said it doesn't mean it's morally right. And I think that ought to be our mantra in Barnstable. If you're not doing what's morally right, then you don't have a community. You just don't. So thank you for those words. And absolutely, we should, as a town, come out with a statement. Absolutely, we should. You know, the airport wanted to build some hard stands so they could better park the larger jets that are coming in. And, we pulled that project. You know why we pulled it? Because it was going to be funded 90% or so from the federal government. And the federal government had some language in there that we didn't want to abide by. So good on us for pulling that and not abiding by that. But let's take it a step farther and let's stand up as a community. So I don't want to be passive on this. I want to be very active. I would like to put it on our staff, not on you guys, but on our staff to come up with some language and, be strong for our people because we are an immigrant community. Beautiful words by Jane, all of you. And Betsy, thank you. For those of you who followed, I've been engaged in this PFAS process for a long time, and beautiful words from Betsy. And wouldn't you know that what she's talking about, the highest PFAS concentration of surface water, I'm not talking about groundwater. Groundwater goes into our drinking wells, and we know all of our groundwater throughout Hyannis has higher concentrations in PFAS that is regulated. The highest one is Hyannis Creek, which is exactly what you people are talking about. That's the water you're kayaking in, Jeff. That has the highest concentration of PFAS on the entire Cape. Okay, so you're all interrelated, and it all comes back again to what Juliet said. We ought to be morally right. And this zoning, it's the biggest regret I have. I never should have voted for that downtown zoning. It's awful, and at our last meeting, I called for language to be written up for this meeting so we could consider a moratorium until we get this right. And as for the status of Stewie Bornstein's unfortunate project, it's a by right, okay? Because it conforms to the zoning. But from what I understand, you, the people, have submitted an appeal. That's the only process we have now, is through the courts, okay? The Conservation Commission didn't give an inch, all right? So that's where it comes back on you guys. And from what I understand, that appeal is submitted. So we all have to wait for the legal action. And Lisa, you say, have us come around. I'm familiar with your property. I haven't come and visited you in person, but there's nothing we can do. It's up to the courts at this point. So if that appeal was submitted on time, which I believe it was, let's see that process through. We can look at it and maybe reinforce that we got it wrong, because we got it wrong big time. And let's have the workshop tonight and move forward with it. And again, thank you, because again, to go back and Larry Moore said, we're for the people. And again, if you look at that triangle, the people of the residents of the town of Barnstable are always at the top of it, and we have to always remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bloom?
Can't the town just purchase the property?
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to say thank you to Betsy Young. Her leadership at the Hyannis Civic Association on PFAS has been really phenomenal, and she's pushed it hard, and it's only to the benefit of all of us who live in Hyannis who are saturated with the PFASs now that we clean this up. So thank you very much for that. Lisa, I don't see Lisa if she's. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Lisa, we've been putting our heads together for a while now here on this thing, and I hope you feel good about the support that you're getting. Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Oh, she's.
You're not a resident. You're not a resident. Yeah. No.
Thank you.
Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much, President Tamish, and I do concur with my fellow councilors. I appreciate the passion and the information you bring to us. A couple of things. Councilors do get timed on their comments. I'm the timekeeper here, so it's fair that 3 minutes are afforded not only to the people presenting for public comment, but also for our councilors according to our rules. And I have visited the property on Pleasant Hill Street, and although I did not contact the neighbors, I'll take you up on your offer. And regarding the PFAS meeting, thank you, Betsy, for your comprehensive letter. That meeting was held here. I joined other counselors who were present, and for those who missed it, that meeting was videotaped, or that presentation was videotaped, and can be seen on demand. That was June 18th, 2025, if you want to look it up on the town's website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, one more thing, one more quick thing. Yeah. Bob Schulte, Kathy Leduc is here, and I just wanted to let him know that you didn't see her come in earlier, but she's been a phenomenal member of the ad hoc committee, too. It's good to see Ken here, too.
Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Tamish. Just want to thank Mr. Schulte for reminding us about the amount of time that we spent in the process that we went through to come forward with some recommendations. I wasn't part of the original zoning, but 3 hours versus 50 seems like an easy comparison to say we did due diligence. So I hope that we can all be open-minded and listen to the people. I know there was an open process before, and that would be important again. We had lots of comment, and lots of comments where maybe we didn't get it right. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment? Councilor Crowe?
Thank you, Mr. Tamish, President Tamish. I just want to thank the DeLuz family. I was one of the people that came down and looked at the property. I want to thank Lisa and Maria, and especially Jeffrey, who we probably spent a couple hours a few weeks ago walking around that property. I just want to make sure everybody, the way they portrayed this property is exactly the way it is. I think we can put to rest the fact that some people say, or some people have said, it's a dry area, and it is completely as they have portrayed it. There's running river there, a running small stream, and a lot of water. So I think we can put that to rest about whether that is a wetland or not right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further council comment? I just wanted to reiterate what Councilor Lutke said, and to just make sure everyone's aware. There is nothing currently coming before the council regarding Pleasant Hill. So there's nothing for us to vote on. As she said, an appeal has been made to the Conservation Commission decision. So that is where it is at this point, okay? So that will went its way.
That's just not true.
Why is that?
It's just not true. There is a petition that's been signed by 270 people.
Excuse me.
that is
You're out
going
of
to the
order.
clerk
You are
tomorrow.
out of order.
I know
There
that,
is no vote before us at this point. That petition has not been submitted to us.
We get it tomorrow.
Well, that may be. Thank you. So we're going to move on. Okay. Town Manager Communications. As you're aware, the Town Manager's Communications is videotaped. It is available online and is shown immediately prior to this meeting. I've got it, yeah. There are several items on it. Obviously, we're doing the operating budget. Preliminary tax bills are being mailed out at the end of June. The town has received an initial payment from 3M Company for the PFAS settlement in the amount of $763,378. And these funds are going to potentially, subject to appropriation, be used for the Straightway Water Facility requested under Town Council Order 2025-194. The Recreation Division has processed over 20,000 resident beach permits to date. Beaches have officially opened as of June 21st. And let's see. Cape Malinado provided an update on the flow neutral and the local comprehensive plan. There's a video statement on that. And Kelly Colopy, DPW Communications Manager provided a water resources update, including the comprehensive wastewater management plan.
Can you repeat what the funds from 3M are going to be for?
The funds are going, I apologize. The funds are proposing to be appropriated to offset funding for the Straightway Water Facility. In other words, the processing facility for the water, to clean the water. Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Did anyone else have any questions on any of the other ones? Councilor Lutke?
Yes, I had a question on the one you just mentioned, President Tamish. I don't know if Mr. Els wants to speak to it. I believe that money from 3M should not be used to fund the Straightway project. The Straightway wells service us in the summer when we need additional capacity. They're taken offline in the winter, and this project, I believe, among other things, will give us the conditioned facility to run it 365 days a year. We've just talked about what's morally right, and Betsy's left, but she's done a lot of work on this, and so has Dr. Shader. We have an enormous amount of people who were impacted by PFAS in this community, only a fraction of which participated in the Silent Spring study. I would like to treat this money from 3M similarly to how the money from the opioid settlement was treated. That is, do a deliberative process and look at what we can do to advocate and move forward on some of the things that Dr. Shader has mentioned. We've heard time and time again people go to their healthcare providers and the doctor has no idea what PFAS is or some of the impacts, yet there's some very clear correlations between health in output and PFAS levels. And I know only some of us, I mean, I'm sitting next to Charlie here, I'm full of, it's long chain PFAS we're full of, not the short chain. Okay, so just to put this against a capital project, no, that's unsatisfactory. No, absolutely not. We need to go back to what Juliet said. What's morally right? Let's take some time. Let's look at this money. Let's finally engage with Cape Cod Healthcare and move this forward. We always say we're number one in PFAS because we treat our water. Okay, I'll give you that point. We are number one in PFAS because we treat our water, because we had to. But we're not number one in what we've done to our residents. We ought to be doing more, and let's use this money to do that. So no, I strongly object to putting that against that capital improvement project. It's not the morally right thing to do. We need a process. We need to study it, get the right people involved, Dr. Shader, the others, and move forward. And as part of Mr. Els's update, Kelly Callipy gave a beautiful update, as she always does. She's just brilliant. Thank God DPW hired her. But she's talked about the website, and she talked about the PFAS. She spoke well at the meeting. She was there. But that's passive. It's passive. You'd have to know to go to the website. I want active. I want us being active, just like we are with our water treatment. So while I admire that, that's not going to cut it. It's just a passive website. So a strong objection to what Mr. Els recommends.
All right. Well, just as a point of order, that will be moved for a first reading tonight to the July 17th, and you'll certainly have an opportunity to debate that further. Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
sorry.
apologize.
Thank you, President Tamish. I just had a couple of comments and questions. One was I had an opportunity to do watch both of the videos on the LCP and the flow neutral, and then our most recent report on our water quality. And I can't say enough about the amount of work that is being done in our community and the quality of that work and the communication of it. So I just wanted to commend staff for their great work on that. The question I have is number 3 in the town manager's report is about tax title reform, which I believe was a result of some lawsuits that in some communities in this country, the settlements for tax title takings were considered not appropriate. So I'm guessing that's the origin of all that. So the notice of demand for payment of tax is a new form that's going to be going out to all of our taxpayers, or just those who are in default? Is that, I just wanted to clarify that information.
Mr. Ells?
Good evening, Mark Ells. I guess I'll take the first question that we had. Certainly, if the council would like to see, and the council is the ultimate authority over how funds are appropriated, we can certainly look at that for the use of the PFAS. I think it's important that we have the broader discussion about how the council, from a policy standpoint, wants to move forward on this issue. And I'll only say that we proceeded the way we did because this is how we have proceeded as a community in the past. Granted, we have more and new information, and more than happy to have that conversation. I think we should engage the water board in that. Certainly Mark Milne advises from a financial standpoint, but this is a broader discussion. So I would encourage that we do that. This project can proceed either way. Secondly, Mark Milne is out there in the audience, and so for a more thorough answer, Mark, can you answer Councilor Schnepp's question?
Yes, good evening, councilors. Mark Mellon, Director of Finance. The insert that was referenced in the town manager's communications will be going out with demand notices only, not all taxpayers. It's a new requirement that the state requires all communities to conclude that new insert that they developed for every community to send out with their demand notices. So not all taxpayers will receive that.
So I have a follow-up question. From my read of what's in this notice, the town has some discretion in terms of when they take action, or is that not the case? Do we automatically take action if the taxpayer is not responsive to demand notices?
Yeah. After a period of time, we do take further action if they do not respond to the demand notices. Obviously, we have to take further proceedings or further procedures in the event of non-response to those demand notices. So, but we have a period of time that we have to operate within, and before we take that next step, there is some flexibility in that. So yes, we do have some discretion there.
I guess I would like to know how arbitrary that is, or whether it's based on a certain time frame. I mean, obviously, there's both a revenue implication for the town, but there's also obviously the impact for the property owner.
Yeah. So the next step for us is that within a 3-year period, if the taxes still remain unpaid, then that is the latest that we could file a lien against the property at the Registry of Deeds. But we try to do it within a year period. So if the payment goes on, if they ignore demand notices and taxes still remain outstanding after a year, then that's the date that we target for the next step, which is to record that lien.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mark. Any further questions for the town manager or on the town manager's report?
Just one follow-up from my response to public comment was, obviously, there's a lot of concern about the property on 32 Pleasant Hill. And if there's any information that can be provided to the council on the status of where that project is, and we understand it to be by right, but are there other issues that might postpone, delay, or kill the project?
I will discuss with staff and prepare a summary of that and share it through Cynthia to council.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm not prepared right now.
No, I didn't expect you to be. Yep. I just wanted to, to whatever extent we can have full knowledge of what's going on, that would be appreciated.
All set. Thank you. Okay. All right, now we will move on to the minutes. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? I know Vice President Clark had a correction, but do we have a motion to accept? Well, we got to divide them out.
I
How about
move
the
that
motions
we,
first on the May 15th?
yep, I move that we accept the minutes of May 15th, 2025 as presented.
Second.
Okay. Roll call. Vote.
Counselors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes,
Turkelson.
Yes.
It passes.
thank you.
I move that we accept the minutes of June 5, 2025 as written.
Second.
Okay. But they haven't, as written, is not. Have they?
I'm sorry, the edits that I sent over are already incorporated as in this document.
Okay, so
Thank
that
you.
has been sent back out. Okay, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Burdick,
Abstain.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes?
Turkelson. Yes. Bloom.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, with the indulgence of the council, we're going to move this around a little bit. Item number 2025-200 is a resolve authorizing some scholarship awards to Town of Barnstable seniors from the Meekum Crawford Scholarship Fund. So I would like to have 2025-200 read in. It's my understanding there may be some people here that are being awarded scholarships, which is fantastic. So, Councilor Schnapp, could you do 2025-200, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item number 2025-200, resolve authorizing Meacham Crawford Scholarship Awards to Town of Barnstable seniors from the Meacham Crawford Scholarship Fund for the purpose of their post-secondary education.
Second.
Okay. Do we have someone presenting on this? Was there someone from the scholarship committee? I'm sorry? Oh, she couldn't make it. I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Els, could you bring us up to date on this, please?
Good evening, Mark Ells, Town Manager. This resolve, as read, is authorizing the Meacham Crawford Scholarship Awards to Barnstable seniors from the Meacham Crawford Scholarship Fund for the purposes of their post-secondary education. Town received $1.9 million for the purposes of making scholarship awards to Barnstable High School students living in the town at the time of their graduation. Mr. Crawford's will outlined a scholarship process through which these Barnstable High School students are eligible to be nominated for significant awards to help defray part of the cost of their tuition for attendance at an accredited post-secondary educational institution. Under the will, preference is given to those students who, while attending Barnstable High School, exhibit behavior of good and moral character, artistic or athletic competence, and were involved in their community. As required by Mr. Crawford's will, a scholarship award will not be paid directly to the student and instead will be paid to such educational institution by the town on behalf of the award recipient. The Trust Fund Advisory Committee and Treasurer Collector worked with the school department to provide recommendation for the town council's award process. The school guidance department nominated and the Trust Fund Advisory Committee voted to recommend 4 awards of $10,000 per student to the following candidates. Should I have them come up?
Sure,
All
absolutely.
right, by name as I call them. Is it Paloma Savignon? Did I state it, the last name correctly? Thank you. Come on up, Paloma. I just met Paloma earlier. Jack Bertling? He's not here? He's not here. Okay, he's working? Oh, thank you. Jack's working. Good job, Jack. Cole Raposa? And Harry Clark. Great job to all of you. I want to thank the school department for the review and recommendation of the 4 students. I want to thank our Trust Fund Advisory Committee for certainly reviewing how this proceeds under their role to review such opportunities. And I want to thank you all for presenting yourselves in the town of Barnstable in a way that we're all proud of. And we wish you well heading off to college, and hope this helps. So great job. We appreciate it.
Town Manager Ellis, is there any chance they could tell us where they're attending?
Oh, absolutely. Come on up.
Yeah, if you could just give us a brief overview
each of
of
them, sure.
where
Thank you.
you'll be going and what you hope to be
Paloma,
in 5 years.
why don't you?
Hi, I'm Paloma Savignon. I'm going to be attending Boston College in the fall, majoring in political science on a pre-law track. I hope to become a judge someday, maybe a federal judge. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cole Raposo. I will be attending Oklahoma State University and majoring in mathematics and economics, and I will also be doing ROTC, and I will hopefully be an officer in the Army in 5 years.
How you doing? My name's Harry Clark. I'm going to Syracuse University for sports management and communications, and in 5 years, I hope to be in the front office of a pro sports team.
Thank you. Congratulations to you all and best wishes.
Thank you.
Oh, goodness. Thank you. Okay.
Counselors, Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
That would have been rather embarrassing if it didn't pass, wouldn't it? Huh? Thank goodness it did. Okay, we are going to continue taking things. We have to get through the budget, obviously, tonight. So we're going to move the budget items first and then move all those items to the July 17th meeting that we have to, and then have our discussion on zoning and housing. So could I have a motion, please? Sir Mendez, 2025-168.
Thank you, President Tamish. This is item number 2025-168, old business. Public hearing, roll call, majority vote of the full council. Appropriation order in the amount of $12,264,116 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Department of Public Works General Fund budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. My papers here. Okay. With respect to the public hearings, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for votes to do that. But if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. If there is no objection, I'm now opening the public hearing on this article. Is there anyone here or on Zoom who would like to speak on this item? All right, well, I recognize Mr. Santos, I believe. Are you presenting?
Actually, I think Director Milne will be making the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, President Tamish, and good evening, town councilors. Mark Milne, Director of Finance. Can you see my screen okay?
Well, not quite.
Yes.
There we go.
Very good, thank you. So we'll begin tonight's public hearings first with the Department of Public Works General Fund budget. The Public Works Department General Fund budget is increasing $879,606 to just over $12.2 million. The budget growth for this department has averaged about 4% per year from FY22 to FY26. 81% of the funding from this operation is provided from taxes, while about 12% is provided from fees, licenses, permits, and other revenue generated by the department. About $719,000 of reserves will be used to balance the budget. Changes to the FY26 proposed budget include $505,000 for contractual obligations and a new stormwater project manager position to oversee the compliance with the EPA's Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, or MS4, permit regulations. The position will manage stormwater permit applications, ensure compliance with the newly adopted Stormwater Management Ordinance that was approved under Town Council Order 2024-172, conduct inspections, and manage related capital improvement projects. The budget also includes additional funding for water sampling in ponds, police details used on Highway Division's maintenance and repairs, road markings for edge and center lines on main roads to ensure safe driving conditions, additional funds for bridge, trail, and vehicle maintenance, contracted tree maintenance services, and various supplies for the Structures and Grounds Division. $10,000 is also added to DPW's capital outlay equipment budget. Director Santos and his team is here this evening with us tonight, and we can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Anyone online? Okay. At this point, I will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Do we have any council discussion? Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I had a question, I guess, Mark and Dan. That stormwater employee, the new employee for that salary, is anyone going to take that position? And I just wonder, I mean, the salary seems quite low for the responsibilities associated with it and maybe the education.
That's only partial year funding. That's
Oh,
not
it
a full
is?
year.
What's the full salary for that position?
I think that was 6 months, Mark?
Yes, that's a 6 months, so it's about $100,000 for the full salary.
Okay, that makes more sense. And just as a follow-up, what are the salary levels for those positions that are chronically unfilled at the DPW? Are they in a certain bandwidth, so to speak, of salaries or no?
No, they vary from labor positions that are in the $25 an hour range to engineers in the $100,000 a year range. So it's...
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Am I right? Am I left? Seeing none, we will go to a vote.
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
That's 11 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe. You do 2025-170, please?
Certainly. Not 169? Do we do
169.
169?
I'm sorry, what did I say?
170.
I'm sorry.
Okay, this is a matter of old business. It's open for a public hearing. Roll call majority vote to full council. It's item number 2025-169, appropriation order in the amount of $4,434,258 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Department of Public Works Solid Waste Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I will open the public hearing at this point. Mr. Milne, would you like to give us the rationale, please?
Thank you, President Tamish. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget for the direct operating expenses of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund are increasing $175,834 to $4,434,258. This does not include the indirect charges for the operation that are paid to the general fund, as those indirect costs are charges are part of other appropriations. This budget has averaged about a 7.1% increase per year from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26, with most of the cost increase being a result of an increase in the volume of material collected and an increase in the rate to dispose of that material. Funding for this operation is provided from the revenue generated at the facility and its reserves. No general fund support is provided. Reserves of $426,000 are used to balance the proposed budget. Fiscal year 26 proposed budget increases includes $37,582 for contractual obligations, $126,669 for an increase in indirect cost charges from the general fund, a slight reduction of just over $1,000 in debt service, $23,000 for overtime costs, $54,000 for additional costs of disposal, and $17,000 for uniforms and software license agreements. $30,000 is included to replace the HVAC system in the main office. This is the original system from 2009, and it has reached the end of its useful life. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Any council discussion on my left? Council discussion? I'm sorry, Councilor Schnapp.
Thank you, President Tamish. As many of you know who have to get a sticker for the transfer station, it went up again quite a bit this year. What is your anticipation, the trajectory for our dumping costs and how it's going to relate to those who use the transfer station?
Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. Perhaps you could clarify your question. Do you mean in future years?
Yes. I mean, based on the contracts we have for whatever it costs for us to remove it from our transfer station. And
so currently, we try to minimize our sticker increases as best we can, and we have been offsetting those increases with cash reserves that we have. So if we didn't do that, the sticker, frankly, would be higher than it currently is, because our rate models that we do every year have shown that we need more per sticker or permit than we are currently getting. So as long as the cash reserves are managed the way we have been so far, we can try to minimize those increases. The one unknown, and it's the largest one in this operation, is the cost of disposal of municipal solid waste. That's the trash that goes into the compactors. That's the non-recyclables. Just to give you a sense of where this has come and gone, I started here in 2013. We were paying $17 a ton to dispose of municipal solid waste. The current price is $145 a ton. So this is the primary reason our sticker is the cost that it is, and why we've spent a lot of time and effort over the years trying to get recyclables, food waste out of the trash, because it's weight. and it's cheaper to get rid of it other ways, either through recycling, which we now have to pay for since 2016, but it's still less than we have to pay for trash. So we have, because the price has gone up so much, we are right now in the process of writing an RFP to see if we can bring those costs down some. So we're going to go out for a competitive bid for the hauling and disposal of municipal solid waste for the remainder of this year. And hopefully by January 1st, we'll have a new contract in place, hopefully with a better rate than we currently have. But we really have to see what the market is going to suggest. Currently, the market and new contracts have been written at this $145 a ton rate. So I'm going to be hopeful, but we'll see what the competition does.
Have the recyclable market stabilized? I mean, that tended to be a real concern a couple of years ago.
Yes, it kind of crashed 2016, 2017. It's not really rebounded. The only thing we make money on is metal, and so we manage that well because we're getting revenue from that.
Mm-hmm.
All the other recyclables, including food waste, we have to pay to dispose of. And we monitor that constantly. Tracy Regazio, the supervisor, he's here with us, and that's one of his jobs is to do that. And we will continue to do that, but I don't, in the short term, don't see any significant changes in increasing our revenue, recycling revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Well said. Any further discussion? Councilor Lutke?
Yes. I guess it was a week or so ago, those of us who attend the Cape and Islands Municipal Leaders Association, we received an excellent briefing from the county. And I'd like whoever is responsible to speak to it, perhaps, where they're doing the food waste recycling, and they're setting up a program at Joint Base Cape Cod. They have some grants, and they're working towards that. And they're working with some of the towns right there near Joint Base. But I'm pretty sure I heard them say that Barnstable has reached out to them. Who in Barnstable has reached out? Because I know you've said about 30% of the waste is food waste, and it's enormously heavy.
Right.
It's enormously heavy. So is that true? Or if it's not true, can Barnstable please get in on the ground floor of this effort? Because it sounds like an amazing effort to establish a program out there, and they said that they had openings for other municipalities to participate. I mean, it won't solve the immediate problem, but long-term it could be enormously successful and really save our residents a lot of money.
Sure. I suspect that they were speaking with someone from the Infrastructure and Energy Committee. They've been very active and committed in the project to increase the food waste recycling. So it wasn't my staff or myself, so I suspect it was them, but we are supportive of that. And with this information that you're providing, I'll look into that. And if we can offer assistance or get our name on the list to be participants, and it can save us money over our current vendor, we'll certainly do that.
No, absolutely, Dan. If you could get engaged and get it out of the committee and get it in the staff. And they were talking about pickup of the food waste, which again is an enormous benefit. I mean, it really is a well thought out program with a lot of grants. And I would love for Barnstable to engage at the staff level and see if there's something we can get in on the ground floor with.
No, I like the sounds of that. We'll absolutely do that.
Thank you. And it's the county that's doing it.
Yeah.
If I may add, it was a presentation by Carrie Parcell from the county.
Yeah.
And it was a very progressive, forward-thinking, ambitious project. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Just one point, I don't know if anyone else has noticed the signs that are, several of them appeared around town, apparently a new disposal company soliciting business, and they're advertising a price of $60 a month for 2 containers to be picked up. So $60 a month would be about $720 a year. And I'm sure that's an introductory price, so I think we're getting a bargain with the stickers. They're not cheap, but the alternatives aren't either. Okay, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, oh, excuse me, I have to close, I did close the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Counselors Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
That's 11 yes.
Thank you. Vice President Clark, could you do 2025-170, please?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item number 2025-170, appropriation order in the amount of $11 million, $11,519,790 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Department of Public Works Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I will open the public hearing at this point. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, President Tamish. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget for the direct operating expenses of the Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund are increasing $584,967 to $11,519,790. This is comprised of an increase in the water pollution control facility operations of $179,154 and an increase in the operating cost of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan operations of $405,813. Again, this does not include the indirect cost charges to the enterprise fund that are paid out of the general fund, as those indirect cost charges are part of other appropriations. The operating budget for the water pollution control facilities has increased from $4.3 million to $5.6 million from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26 for an average annual increase of 6.6% per year. The budget for the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan is mainly comprised of personnel who are responsible for the implementation and management of the sewer expansion program and loan repayments for loans issued to expand the public sewer system. Fiscal year 23 was the first year we began budgeting the operating cost of the CWMP within the enterprise fund. Costs for operating the water pollution control facilities are paid from sewer use charges on customers tied into the public sewer system. All costs associated with the CWMP are provided from resources dedicated to sewer construction, and none of this cost is built into the rates charged to sewer users. Fiscal year 26 proposed budget includes $120,241 for contractual labor obligations and $336,674 for 4 additional positions for the management and implementation of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. Indirect costs are increasing $286,000 and debt service is increasing $169,000. An additional $28,000 is provided, which will allow the town to purchase an enterprise license for its GIS software. Due to the number of staff demands, particularly in the CWMP, an enterprise solution is more affordable than an individual licenses. Finally, the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan capital outlay for vehicles of $70,000 is eliminated in fiscal year 2026. If we find that we need more vehicles for this program, a supplemental appropriation will be brought forward at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one, anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at this point. Is there any council discussion on this item? On my right? On my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Thank you. The motion does pass. Counselor Bloom, could you do 2025-171, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to read in my item 2025-171. It's old business, open for public hearing with a roll call vote of 2/3 of the full council. Item 2025-171 is an appropriation order in the amount of $9,553,729 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Department of Public Works Water Supply Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing and recognize Mark Milne for the rationale.
Thank you, President Tamish. The proposed budget for the Water Supply Enterprise Fund is increasing just over $444,000, or 4.9%. The operations budget has increased from $7.4 million in fiscal year 22 to $9.6 million in fiscal year 26, for an average annual increase of 4.6%. Charges for services provide 84% of the resources for funding the budget. 9% of the operating budget is provided from the revenue received under the host community agreement with Vineyard Wind. This mitigates the rate increases necessary to operate this enterprise fund. 6% of the operating budget is provided from other resources, such as investment income and leases. The FY26 proposed budget for the Water Supply Enterprise Fund includes an additional $31,545 for contractual labor obligations. Indirect cost charges from the general fund are decreasing $6,318, and debt service is increasing about $275,000. An additional $138,230 is provided to cover the cost increase of the operations contract with Veolia relative to the yearly escalation formula in that contract, laboratory testing increases, and additional water meter expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this article? Anyone online? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any council discussion on my right? Any council discussion on my left? Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Good job. Okay, Mr. Els.
While we're making the shift here, I'm just thinking about Councilor Ludke's question. It's an excellent one. But it was probably me they were talking to, because that information only came out recently, like June 18th, maybe. There's a coastal compost initiative that Kerry's overseeing, and what they're trying to do, it's in development. And they completed a study, and they identified that Joint Base Cape Cod would be a great place to do this. I mean, we've had a program now for several years to collect food waste at the transfer station, and the challenge we have is that the local places to dispose of that are very limited on how much they can take. So we may get a ton of it, but we may not have somewhere to take it, to turn it into a usable product. I've also been working with the school superintendent because they produce a lot of food waste. And so we've got various efforts, and they are actively engaged in this. So when I heard your question, I was thinking, what was the dialogue between Tracy Regarzio and the county? But then I thought, well, okay, I just got briefed on this, and this just came out like last week. So we're on it. I hope it's advantageous. Every community on the Cape needs it, because we're and I can imagine you went out to Nantucket and they're even further away and have greater challenges. So hopefully it's fruitful, but we're on it. Sorry I didn't jump up and answer, but I was thinking it in the context of like active operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Counselor Lutke, if you could read in 2025-172, and I will also make a statement regarding that.
It's item 2025-172. It's old business, a public hearing, a roll call majority vote of the full council. Appropriation order in the amount of $269,870 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 town council budget.
Second.
We have second? Okay, moved and seconded. On the advice of the town attorney, I am invoking the rule of necessity on behalf of myself and the other members of the town council to allow all of us to participate in item number 2025-172, which is the fiscal year 2026 appropriation for the town council operating budget. Under the town charter, the town council is required to adopt the budget and is the only town body that is authorized to do so. I am disclosing that all... Oh, okay. Okay. I am disclosing that all of the town councilors have a financial interest in item 2025-172 because that item contains funding for town councilor salaries. I ask that each councilor raise their hand to signify that they have a financial interest in item 2025-172, as I have just described, and I ask that the town clerk include this information in the minutes of this meeting. Could you so indicate? Okay. Okay. So this is a public hearing. So I will open the public hearing at this point. And Mr. Milne, I believe you'll be doing this also?
Yes, thank you, President Tamish. The Town Council's proposed budget is increasing $5,778. The personnel budget includes funding for the Town Council salaries and one full-time staff person. Operating expenses are level funded. 79% of the funding for this operation is provided from taxes, while the other 21% of the costs are allocated to and paid by the enterprise funds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one. Anyone online, Lynn? Seeing no one. I will close the public hearing at this point. Council discussion. Anyone on my right? Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I'll just say, when I ran for town council, I had no idea there was a salary attached to this job. And I was pleasantly surprised. It's very modest. And what I'll say is I really appreciate, I just mentioned that I went to this Cape and Islands Municipal Leaders meeting, which we have monthly. And it's an amazing opportunity, and the town pays for our membership. And we get to get together with the county and with all the different municipalities, including Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. And it's an enormous experience to share ideas. So I appreciate that. And then we're also funded to go up to the Massachusetts Municipal Leaders Conference up in Boston, and that the wealth of information we bring back there for very modest investments is enormously valuable. I know Chris Clark, she brought back the Veterans Work-Off program when she attended up there, and there's just been so many things. I know Councillor Turkelson and I spend a lot of time talking to folks on the floor there, and we learned a lot. So I really appreciate this modest budget, and I'm not looking for a salary increase. I wasn't looking for a salary at all. So I think it's very modest and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on my left? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes?
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendez,
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
11 yes.
Thank you. We will take 10 minutes, which will make the town clerk very happy. Charlie, would you, Council Boone, would you grab them, please? I got it. They don't want to come back.
Pizza's too good.
I know. Okay, we have a quorum, I believe. Okay, we will resume. Councilor Turkelson, could you do 2025-173, please?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2025-173, an appropriation order in the amount of $1,400,109 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 town manager budget as written.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion made and second. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Mr. Mellon? I believe you'll be doing
Thank you,
the
President
rationale.
Tamish. The town manager's proposed budget is decreasing about $175,000 or 11%. The budget has increased from $1.2 million to $1.4 million from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26, or an average annual increase of 5.4% per year. Taxes provide about 42% of funding for this operation, while licenses is the second largest category at 38%. Enterprise funds provide 17% of the resources for the budget. $37,000 of reserves will be used to balance the budget. Changes to the FY26 budget include an additional $6,722 for contractual obligations. The town safety officer position is transferred to the human resource operation within the administrative services department, and $50,000 of savings is budgeted for vacancies. An additional $7,000 is provided for the annual contract with the Hyannis Main Street Business Improvement District for maintaining Main Street under the Clean Team contract, and funding for translation services is reduced by $5,000 from $30,000 to $25,000. Manager Ells and I are here to answer any questions that you have in regards to this budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, is there anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at this point. Council discussion. Any discussion on my right? Seeing none. And on my left, Councilor Schnepp.
Thank you, President Tamish. Just a question on the decrease in translation services contract. Is that as a result that more can be done with AI, or have we translated most of our documents, or?
Mark Ells, Town Manager. We haven't had to spend what we originally estimated the budget to be, and when we begin to see that over time, we'll reduce that line item. It typically gets reallocated somewhere else in the general fund budget, but when we find that, that's what we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Ledke.
I was just curious, how does the safety person work better under human resources than under you?
Well, thank you for the question, again, Mark Ells. It aligns with, originally we brought the position on under Public Works. And as we headed into COVID, we had seen the tremendous value that it added at Public Works in reducing work-related injury, in promoting training and education, and in overall wellness. So when we were heading into COVID, we actually shifted the position to the town manager's office. And that's where it has resided, and we used it much more broadly to deal with the public health crisis that we were in. And the person had the background to be of great assistance through that. As we've come out of that, we found that, again, organization-wide, the same thing that was working in Public Works Department was needed organization-wide. Safety training. I mean, stop the bleed and what our employees were able to do there. That safety officer was the one that was coordinating that and just went through another series of those trainings this week, by the way. And so we felt that the place to have that reside, to have them talking with human resources about what we are doing, boots on the ground, was best with Bill Cole and Tammy Cunningham. And so we shifted it over. I mean, if we don't see a return on better use of that asset, we can bring it back up to the town manager's office. But we just felt like that was a better place for it now. If you remember during COVID, Andy Clyburn really became the emergency ops person for the town in coordinating all municipal operations, including health, police, and then engaging fire departments and emergency rescue. So he has that background prior to being here, and so that was a natural fit. Needing the safety officer, but now that we're out of the public safety crisis, we believe this to be the best place for it to reside. And we'll certainly report back if we see any flaws or loss of productivity from the use of this. We can modify again. By the way, Public Works, we ultimately did approve a safety officer. So they do have now a replacement safety officer, and it's serving the same purpose specifically to Public Works. So this one will be in coordination with that, but for the rest of our town.
Okay, yeah, just as long as they do have that
They do.
ability to outreach to all of the departments,
Oh, absolutely.
as freely as they would under you. Yeah.
They do.
Okay.
They do, through Human Resources. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Torkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Burdick, could you do 2025-174,
Sure, thank you.
please?
This is an item of old business, requires a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2025-174 is an appropriation order in the amount of $981,237 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Public Education and Government Access Channels Enterprise Fund budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one. Online, Lynn? Seeing no one? Okay. Mr. Milne?
Thank you, President Tamish. This budget includes the direct operating expenses for the town's government and school access channels. The budget is increased from $800,000 in fiscal year 22 to $981,000 in fiscal year 26 for an average annual increase of 5.4%. Funding for this operation is provided by the licensing agreement between the town and Comcast and investment income earned on the enterprise fund's invested cash. Changes to the FY26 budget include $67,000 for contractual labor obligations. One additional video specialist position is added to the budget due to the increase in programming and workload. Over 340 board, committee, and commission meetings were recorded in this past year. An additional $25,000 is needed to cover the overtime cost incurred for recording meetings, as many are in the evening. Indirect cost charges are increasing $9,363, and $55,000 is provided for operating capital to replace video equipment, a reduction of $50,000 from the FY25 budget. Operating expenses are reduced by $5,439. Director Poyant is here with me this evening, as along with Town Manager Ellis, to answer any questions on this budget that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one. Anyone online? Seeing no one. I will close the public hearing. Council discussion. Is there anyone on my right? Any discussion on my right? Councilor Turkelson?
Just want to thank the department for all the work that you guys do. You're here crazy hours and lots of, evening meetings, and so I'd like to thank you for that and for obviously the upgrades that have been done to the sound system. And I know there's just not enough hours in the day to get our work done, so I don't know if we're considering other options and other spaces where we might be able to have a meeting during the day for special work that needs to be done so that we're not maybe keeping you all here so late, but I hope that that's thought about so that it's not so much evening work for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on my left? And I would like to just kind of reiterate what Councilor Turkelson said. I don't think our video department takes second place to anybody. The fact that these videos are available within a matter of hours is really amazing. I mean, an evening meeting the next morning at 6 o'clock, if you're up, you can watch the meeting. Amazing. Great job.
If I may, Director of Communications Lynn Poyan, I just want to give a shout out to our Crackerjack team, Sarah Beal Fletcher, who is our station government access television station manager, our assistant station manager, Stone Dow, our video specialists, David Hevner and Rachel Moeller, who is a new addition. And I would also be remiss to not recognize Kathy Flynn, who is our digital content manager.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Councilor Vice President Clark?
Thank you. I just want to say that I've viewed meetings at other towns, and we have a more prolific video library for the public and elected officials to access. So it does provide a meaningful service, and I thank you and your team.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Levesque, Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
That's 11 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Schnapp, if you could do 2025-175, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item number 2025-175, appropriation order in the amount of $8,727,744 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 Administrative Services Department budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Mr. Milne, would you like to give the rationale?
Hey, President Tamish. This budget is comprised of the 4 sub-departments, including legal, human resources, information technology, and finance. These internal service type operations support all of our frontline operations, which cannot effectively and efficiently deliver their services without this support. This budget also includes the elected office of the town clerk, which is encompassed within the finance budget area, and includes funding for a total of 60.95 full-time equivalent positions. Finance and information technology are the largest components of this department's budget, totaling 77% of the budget. 60% of the personnel are in the finance area of the budget, and 75% of operating expenses are under the IT area of the budget. The department's proposed budget is increasing $497,087, or about 6%. The department's budget has increased an average of 70% per year over the past 5 years, with much of this being in the area of information technology, as we have implemented many changes to increase the security of our various networks and servers against cyber attacks, and to create more redundancy. Interest earned on cash deposits managed by this department, along with taxes and fines levied on the late payments of taxes, provide 76% of the funding for this operation, with the other 24% provided from fees enterprise funds, state aid, and reserves. Personnel costs are increasing $310,754 for contractual obligations, and the town's safety officer is transferred to this department from the town manager's budget, bringing the total full-time equivalents to this department to 60.95. Operating expenses are decreasing $25,000 as one-time costs included in the FY25 budget are removed. $45,000 is added to our human resources operating expenses to fully cover the licensing and maintenance costs of the town's recruiting software where we use Talent Ed and Clear Company. Another $46,000 is provided to the information technology operation for the increases in hardware and software maintenance and licensing agreements. Information technology hardware refresh funds are level funded at $105,000. Joining us this evening are our Director of Human Resources, Bill Cole, our Town Attorney, Karen Nober, and our Director of Information Technology, Jim Benoit. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one, anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at this point. Council discussion, am I right? Councilor Lutke.
Yes, thank you. Mark, you'd mentioned, I think, that interest pays a large percentage of the salaries for your department. How much other interest do you earn that goes into the town? Or do you take all the interest to pay your salaries? Is there other interest that goes back into the general fund?
Yes, so all the interest, general fund and enterprise funds, as well as certain specific designated special revenue accounts, are all allocated investment income. We utilize the concept of pooled cash within the town's treasury, and then on a monthly basis, we allocate all the investment earnings out based upon the cash balance within each one of those funds. So general fund obviously receives the largest amount of that investment income. We're looking at about generating close to $4 million this year, which is some of the highest levels that we've seen in many, many years. And a lot of that is the result of the better interest rates that we're earning on all of our cash deposits. We try to keep every dollar that we have invested in some way, or at least returning something on its balance in a bank. Our number one priority, of course, is safety when it comes to managing the town's cash and investments. Our second priority is liquidity, to make sure that we can meet our regular obligations for payroll and vendor payments. And the third priority is yield. So this all goes, a lot of, again, goes into the general fund. And we credit this particular operation because they manage all of that. So we credit this operation with the investment income when we talk about where the funding sources come from to finance that operation.
Thank you. No, I think you're so impressive in what you do and what you bring to this town. You really pay for yourselves and then some. So thank you for the incredible management of the town's resources.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on my left? Vice President Clark.
Thank you. I just want to say a shout out to the IT department for keeping the cybersecurity up to date and progressive. Been a victim of a cyber attack in the past, so we rely on the town's experts to keep us safe and enabling our communication for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lutke.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Vice President Clark said. I think the addition that we did this year of the town emails and the town phones is just beyond valuable. I mean, it was a long time coming, and we're there, we're professionals, and that's the way it should be. And I really like using that town email. It keeps things so clean, and thank you for putting that together and, again, spending the money to give us each our phones and have that. Really, really good program.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Trickelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
11 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Mendez, could you do 2025-176, please?
Sure. This is old business, item 2025-176. It's a public hearing, roll call majority vote of the full council. Appropriation order in the amount of $250,000 for the purpose of funding the town council's fiscal year 2026 reserve fund.
Okay, thank
Second.
you. Moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Recognize Mark Milne.
Hey, President Tamish. This is the 5th year in a row that we've established the Town Council Reserve Fund. Chapter 40, Section 5A of the Mass General Laws allow cities to establish, city form of governments to establish these such reserve funds. They cannot exceed more than 5% of the tax levy, which is currently about $7.8 million. No direct drafts can be made against this fund. We must come to the town council and ask for a transfer when we do want to use it. And it allows the town to respond faster to situations, emergency situations on a smaller scale. And for example, this year we came to the council for a transfer of $100,000 to pay the deductible associated with the damage that was occurred at the adult community center, certainly an unforeseen expense. And we were able to quickly respond to fix that facility. And this will be, again, the 5th year in a row that we've had this fund. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, council discussion? Excuse me, I've got to close the public hearing. At this point, I will close the public hearing. I don't think I asked if anyone wanted to be heard on this, did I? So, is there anyone here who would like to be heard on this article? Is there anyone online? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing again. Council discussion, Councilor Turkelson.
Thank you, President Tamish. And Director Milne, if these monies are not used, does this money go back into the general fund? Do we roll it over to the next year? And I know you said we used $100,000 last year. So how much is left over from last year then?
Yes, so in fiscal year 25, we have a remaining balance of $150,000, and that will get returned to the general fund reserves when we close the fiscal year out next Monday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further, Vice President Clark?
Sorry about that. Director Milne, can this reserve retain some of the, and build a kitty for when there are bigger emergencies that might require more money?
No, this reserve has to be closed out the end of every fiscal year in accordance with state law. However, we have a much larger reserve in place to address those much larger scale emergencies, and that's our general fund reserves, which were last certified in excess of $30 million. That's our main reserve. But this reserve allows us to respond more quickly in the event that we have a smaller scale unforeseen emergency. And so that's why we established this 5 years ago, because a general fund reserve appropriation takes 2 reads, and then it takes another 30 days before those funds become available in accordance with our charter. So we could be over 60 days out before we have access to those funds to address that emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any discussion on my left? All set. Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
11 yes.
Okay, Councilor Crowe, I'm going to have you read in 177, but prior to that? Yes, I got you.
Yes. So on the advice of the town attorney, I am invoking the rule of necessity on behalf of Councilors Tamish, Crow, and Mendez to allow them to participate in item number 2025-177, notwithstanding their financial interests in that item. If they recuse themselves, we would not have a quorum for that item. Under the town charter, the town council is required to adopt the budget, and it is only town body that is authorized to do so. Councilors Crow, Mendez, Neary, and Levesque each receive health insurance through the town, and item 2025-177 includes funding for the town's share of employee health insurance. Councilor Tamish receives health insurance as a retiree of the town, and item 2025-177 includes funding for the town's share of retiree health insurance. I ask Councilors Crow, Mendez, and Tamish to raise their hands to signify that they each have a financial interest in item 2025-177, as I just described, and I ask that the town clerk include this information in the minutes of this meeting.
So noted.
And
I recognize Attorney Nober.
thank you, Town Attorney Karen Ober. I just wanted to note for the record that if Councilors Levesque and Neary were here, they would be recused, and so their absence is not the reason why we can't reach a quorum, and so the rule of necessity is appropriate in this circumstance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe.
Thank you. This is an item of old business. It is open to a public hearing, roll call majority vote of the full council. It's item number 2025-177, appropriation order in the amount of $59,717,232 for the purpose of funding the town's fiscal year 2026 other requirements budget.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I will open the public hearing. I recognize Mark Milne for the rationale.
Thank you, President Tamish. The budget has increased from $59 million in 2022 to over $78 million proposed in fiscal year 26 for an average annual increase of 6.2%. Most of the increase over this period of time has been the growth in employee benefits, about $9.3 million, and school assessments, which are about $3.2 million increase. Taxes provide 86% of the funding for this category of costs. $3 million of general fund reserves will be used to fund the 2026 budget. This area of the budget is increasing again $3.8 million to $78.5 million, or 5%. A majority of the increase is in employee benefits, about $1.2 million, debt service, about $1 million, and school assessments, about another $1 million. Enterprise fund support for the Highness Youth and Community Center Enterprise Fund is increasing $86,645. Health insurance for active and retired employees and pension assessments comprise 93% of the employee benefits costs included within the other requirements budget. The town's health insurance costs are impacted by rate changes to premiums, enrollment in various plans offered by the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group, and the town's contributions towards the monthly premiums. Due to the timing of the budget development and open enrollment, the fiscal year 25 budget for active employee health insurance had to include estimates for participation rates in the type of plan that the employees would select due to the town increasing its contribution rate to 70%. Conservative estimates were used, and as a result, the budget for fiscal year 26 is close to level funded, even though there is a 6.5% rate increase. The town's contribution towards the premium cost remains 50% for the retiree group. And the increase here reflects a change in rates as well as the number of participants. Most of the increase in this area for fiscal year 26 is due to the county pension assessment. The retirement assessment is impacted by two main factors, one being the town's percentage of the covered payroll within the county retirement system itself, and the second being the system's return on investments. Workers' compensation and unemployment are funded at $200,000 less, as the town has built a reserve in excess of $4.5 million for workers' compensation. And we continue to increase the town's contribution to the OPEB trust fund by another $50,000 this year. The total proposed FY26 budget for the other requirements, again, is $78.5 million. A portion of the employee benefits for retired school employee health insurance costs, school assessments for Barnstable children attending Commonwealth charter schools and participating in the school choice program, and various state and county assessments are deducted from the town's state aid and do not require appropriation. These amounts are represented in the second column on this table. Additionally, any snow and ice deficit incurred in the current fiscal year 25 must be raised on the following year's tax rate and does not require appropriation. We have set aside provision for $400,000 here. Finally, enterprise fund support for from the general fund and the town council reserve fund were part of other appropriations already acted upon by the town council. After these deductions, the net amount of the town's other requirements appropriation is $59,717,232. Be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this article? Seeing no one, anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing at this point. Council discussion, anyone on my right? Anyone on my left? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question on what is our current balance in our OPED trust fund?
It's in excess of $12.1 million.
Okay. What does the underwriting say that we should have?
Well, our unfunded liability for health insurance, OPEB, under the OPEB calculation is about $97 million. So I think once we get that fund up to about half of that amount, we could probably stop funding it because the investment earnings alone will probably assist us in reaching the full unfunded liability in the future. But that'll be many years away.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ledke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Thank you. 2025-178, Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish. This is old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Agenda item 2025-178, appropriation order in the amount of $5,299,662. Community Preservation Fund Program set-asides and administrative expenses.
A second.
Okay, moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing and recognize Mark Milne for the rationale, please.
The estimated revenue for the Community Preservation Fund includes $4,650,000 in property surtaxes and just over $674,000 in state matching funds, which gives us the $323,000 estimated revenue for 26 that you see here. Under the law, we have to set aside a minimum of 10% for each program area, so that's $532,000. And we have to set aside an amount to pay off the last payment on our land bank debt service, believe it or not. And then we are proposing, again, the same level funding of the CPC, Community Preservation Committee's administration budget of $250,000, which leaves us with a budget reserve of $3,452,657. Be happy to answer any questions that you have on this budget.
Okay, thank you. Is there one from the public that would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one, No one online. I will close the public hearing. Council discussion on my right. Councilor Ledke.
The only question I had, this was voted in by the people. Could it be voted out, Mark? Could the citizens come together and say, we don't want to do this anymore?
Actually, it's a great question. Now that we've paid off most of the debt service, it can be. We just have to make sure that we have enough reserves to pay off the remaining debt that we have for the town hall renovation project. But that would take a ballot initiative in order to do so.
Okay. Any further discussion on my right, on my left? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
That's 11 yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bloom, could you do 2025-179, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 2025-179 is old business. It's open for a public hearing with a roll call majority vote of the full council. Appropriation order in the amount of $91,340 for the purpose of paying the fiscal year 2026 Community Preservation Fund debt service requirements.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Excuse me. At this point, I would open the public hearing. Recognize Mark Milne to present the rationale.
Thank you, President Tamish. The Community Preservation Fund's debt service budget for fiscal year 26 is $91,340. One loan payment remains on that land bank acquisition, and 5 payments remain on the loan issued for the exterior renovations of Town Hall. Be happy to answer any questions you may have on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to be heard on this article? Seeing no one online? Seeing no one online, I will close the public hearing. Any council discussion on my right? Seeing none on my left, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Crow,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Thank you. Council Lutke, 2025-180, please.
Thank you. This is old business that may be acted upon by majority vote council. This is item 2025-180, fiscal year 2026 spending limitations. Resolved that the town council hereby authorizes the following spending limitations for fiscal year 2026 revolving funds. Senior Services Classroom Education Fund, $100,000. Recreation Program Fund, $325,000. Shellfish Propagation Fund, $200,000. Consumer Protection Fund, $600,000. Geographical Information Technology Fund, $10,000. Arts and Culture Program Fund, $50,000. And finally, Asset Management Fund, $500,000.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Mr. Milne?
Thank you, sir. The town has 7 active revolving funds, and they have been in existence for several years. The largest being the Consumer Protection Revolving Fund, in which the town operates its regional weights and measures program under our Inspectional Services Department. The amount of money that can be spent by a revolving fund in a fiscal year is subject to a spending limitation, either the amount established by this vote of the town council or the amount of revenue that they generate in a fiscal year, plus any carry forward balance from the previous year, whichever is less. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on my right? Councilor Lutke?
I'm just wondering why the Geographical Information Technology Fund is so low. That seems like our the heart of all of our maps and things? Is it really that low that we devote to that?
Yes, we don't actually receive as many requests that we used to for maps by outside individuals, and so it hasn't received a lot of activity in the past few years.
Councilor Turkelson?
Just want to thank the people in GIS, in the Geographical Information Technology. They've been really helpful when I've needed a map, and they've helped me actually with some speed sign mapping out the town and stuff. So they're pretty amazing. Yeah. They're very helpful. If you need something, they're there to help. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Vice President Clark?
Thank you, President Tamish. And Director Milne, perhaps I missed it in your explanation, but the Consumer Protection Fund that's being funded at $600,000, my impression was that the Weights and Measures program is funded with contributions from other municipalities. So is this front-loaded and then they get reimbursed? I'm not clear.
Yeah, so the way it works, there are three main revenue sources for that revolving fund. One is the contributions or the charges that we assess to other communities who use our services. We have an intermunicipal agreement with several communities that help fund and pay for our operating costs to provide them this service. The second funding source are the fees that are charged for the actual inspections to the businesses that get inspected. And then the third, of course, a smaller amount of revenue source are fines that are issued by the operation.
Any discussion on my left? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to note that the Asset Management Fund at $500,000 was brought forward to the council mid-year last fiscal year. And there was quite a bit of discussion on whether there should be any limitations or restrictions or other votes by the council on how that fund is used. I don't want to belabor this, but I will be voting no for the entire item just because I still have concerns about the Asset Management Fund.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Ludke,
Yes.
Mendes,
No.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
No.
Starr,
You're muted. You're muted, Gordon.
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
So that's 9 yes, 2 no.
Thank you. Motion does pass. Councilor Turkelson, 2025-188, please.
Thank you, President Tamish. This is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2025-188, appropriation order in the amount of $1 million for the Sandy Neck Beach Facility Coastal Resiliency Project as written.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. On my right page here. I will open a public hearing at this point. I recognize Mr. Milne, I believe. Will you be doing the...
Yes, thank you, President Tamish. Back in the fall, under Town Council Order 2025-027, we appropriated and authorized a borrowing of just over $3.8 million for the Coastal Resiliency Project out at Sandy Neck. And at that point in time, we had intended on using $1 million of the enterprise funds reserves. However, they had not yet been certified. And so we are back here before you tonight to wrap up the budget, to actually ask your permission to approve, or your approval to appropriate $1 million of the Sandy Neck reserve to fund that project and correspondingly reduce that borrowing authorization to $2.8 million and not increase the project budget, but just to change the funding source by providing $1 million from reserves and reducing the borrowing authorization by $1 million. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, anyone online? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Council discussion on my right. Councilor Ledke.
Just want to make a statement. Sandy Neck and the Great Marshes are the crown jewels of the town of Barnstable, and I'm absolutely in support of continuing to do our due diligence in caring for those, and absolutely will approve this.
Thank you. Vice President Clark.
Thank you, President Tamish. Regarding the Coastal Resiliency Project, I do follow the Sandy Neck board meetings and hear from the staff, and I know that they are actively looking for some robust grant funding sources. So should they be granted the funding from the Coastal Zone Management or the other funding sources, will this be reimbursed, or how does this get handled afterwards? Thank you.
So I can take that question. If we are successful in receiving another grant for this project, that grant will further reduce the borrowing authorization that the council originally authorized for this project. And that's been our intention all along, was to try to reduce the borrowing for this project as much as possible by using reserves and seeking out grants to fund this project.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilors Mendes,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
That's 11 yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Burdick, could you do 2025-190, please?
Thank you. Yes, this is an item of old business requiring a public hearing and a roll call majority vote of the full council. Item 2025-190, appropriation order in the amount of $583,241 and reduction in borrowing authorization for the Hyannis Golf Course Clubhouse Restoration Project.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Recognize Mark Milne.
Thank you, President Tamish. Similar to the Sandy Neck article that we just finished, we had received an insurance reimbursement last year of just over $583,000 for the damage that resulted from the water line break at the Hyannis Clubhouse. We were waiting to get the final insurance settlement. However, we don't have that yet. But we wanted to release these funds from the general funds reserves and apply it towards the project to reduce the borrowing originally authorized for this project. And we are close to wrapping up the insurance settlement. And I believe Director Anthony is here tonight, who has been spearheading that insurance settlement for the town of Barnstable. We do expect more funds to come in, and when they do come, we will come back to the council again, asking to use those insurance reimbursements for that project and further reducing the borrowing authorization associated with this renovation project. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Mr. Milne or Mr. Ells, what is the status of the project? Is it undergoing? It says that the restoration of the building undergoing, or what's the status on that?
Yes, we have a contract in place, and it is currently under renovation.
Okay. Mr. Anthony.
Good evening, councilors. I did have the opportunity to speak with Director Ganella from Community Services. He indicated that that project is underway. There have been a number of change orders that have been associated with that project that looks like the delay is going to push this out until potentially the October timeframe to be totally completed. Of course, we do still have golf operations that are very robust there. The insurance company is paying for the temporary trailers and some of the other amenities that are there, so golf operations have not been damaged. In fact, the numbers have actually been pretty good, even though the clubhouse is not in great shape. We don't have a concession there. We've lost some future, we've lost some of the club events that were there, but we're going to, with a new clubhouse, I think, be able to attract many of those to come back. We're also anticipating that we would be putting out an RFP for a new concessionaire, and we hope that the interest will be robust because the function room will be new, the carpet will be brand new, the kitchen will be redone, and there will be quite a bit to attract some of the restaurateurs in the business. And we hope that that will also leverage some of those events to come back, which are good moneymakers for the golf operations.
Very good, thank you. Any further discussion? I don't think I closed the public hearing, did I? Did I? Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
11 yes.
Thank you. Counselor Schnepp, 2025-192, please.
Do you want me to do it or Kristen?
Oh. You can do it, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an item in old business that may be acted upon by a majority vote. Item 2025-192, appointments to board, committee, commission, as written.
Second.
Any council discussion on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Ooh, where'd I leave off? Counselors Schnepp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
11 yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with the consent of the council, I would like to refer articles, 2025-193, 2025-194, 2025-195, 2025-198, 2025-201, and 25-202 to individual public hearings on 7/17/25.
So moved.
Moved? Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselors Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnepp.
Yes.
11 yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councilor Mendes, which one were you going to recluse on? Okay. For the record, Councilor Mendes is recusing and leaving the dais on item number 2025-196. Councilor Crow, could you move that to a second reading, please?
I propose we move this to a second reading, item number 2025-196,
As printed?
as printed, as written.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselors. Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes. Oops, sorry. Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
It's 10 yes.
Okay, thank you. 2025-197. Vice President Clark, could we move that to a hearing?
Thank you, President Tamish. This is new business with the first reading, and I'm referring to a second reading on July 17, 2025. This is item number 2025-197, reappointments to a board, committee, or commission as printed.
Okay. Made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselors. Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mendes.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
It's 11 yes.
Okay, I think the next one would be 199. I think we took care of the rest of those, right? Okay, Counselor Bloom, could you do 2025-199?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. This is new business and may be acted upon by a majority vote. This is item 2025-199, acquisition of an affordable housing restriction on land located at 78 North Street in Hyannis.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. I recognize Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development.
Good evening, everyone. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, here to present item 225-199. As the subject reads, acquisition of an affordable housing restriction on land located at 78 North Street in Hyannis. As required by Chapter 9, Article 1 of the Town Code, which is our inclusionary housing zoning ordinance, Bay Ridge Realty LLC is required to create one permanently deed-restricted affordable housing unit in connection with its development at the property of 78 North Street in Hyannis. With the unit's rental to a qualified household with an income of not more than 65% of the area median income, again, as required by the inclusionary housing ordinance in Chapter 9. Bay Ridge Realty LLC plans to meet its obligation under Chapter 9 by conveying the town a perpetual affordable housing restriction under MGL 184, Section 31 through 32, and for no monetary consideration. This resolve would authorize the town manager, on behalf of the town, to negotiate, finalize, and accept and record the affordable housing restriction. Without that approval, state law would limit the restriction enforceability to 30 years. Our inclusionary housing ordinance requires in perpetuity. So EOHLC staff have indicated that the secretary will approve the affordable housing restriction when submitted to them, being the signature of the manager through the council. And there is no fiscal impact from the town's acceptance of the affordable housing restriction. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any discussion, Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. President. Director Kupfer, I understand why there isn't a requirement for an affirmative marketing, fair marketing plan, because the entire unit is going to be leased by DMH.
That's correct.
However, DMH leases aren't perpetual, so if there's any change in the use of that structure, will they have to then comply with affirmative marketing?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further, Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, if I understand this address correctly, they worked entirely within the footprint of the existing building. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I mean, that's nice to see, that we don't have to come in and do total destruction, and we can work within a footprint of an existing building. And I think it looks very nice. They did a very nice job in showing that you can work within the confines of something that exists. I remember this building because the Air Force recruiter was in there in the early 1980s, and that's where I got recruited into the Air Force. So just that comment.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Mandes.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Schnapp.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
11 yes.
Okay, very good. I believe that 197, yes. That was, those were both moved. I think that's everything on that. All right. We will go back to Town Council Communications. Is there any thing anyone would like to bring up under Town Council Communications? Betty?
I just wanted to bring up one thing. It goes back to the beginning of the meeting with our moment of silence for Rick Presby. And I got to work on the Housing Committee with Rick. And one thing, he never had a pen. I always had to give him a pen. But that's what I loved about Rick, is that he just was so giving, maybe a little bit disorganized, but that was Rick. And I kind of thought of him as people who've seen the movie It's a Wonderful Life. He was our George Bailey. He always gave. He never thought of himself. And I just loved having our own George Bailey right here. So, again, really fond thoughts of Rick, and I'll always miss him. And glad I had the time to serve with him on that committee. It was an honor.
Very good, thank you. Vice President Clark?
Thank you very much. To echo on Councillor Lutke's comments, I do very much value certain people in our community, and Rick was one of them. For those who want to honor his memory, they are accepting contributions or donations to Homeless Not Helpless, and the address can be found on the web. So those wishing to honor him can do so in a real meaningful way.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have a workshop scheduled for tonight to discuss the reports submitted by the Committee to Review and Assess Zoning and review the town's use of regulatory agreements, and the Committee to Assess and Recommend Strategies for Housing Creation within the town. With us tonight is Bob Schulte and his committee, and obviously we have the members of the council members of the committee here. So my thought was that to move this forward, that we would have a general discussion. Jim Kupfer is also here for his input. And to move the discussion forward, what I'd like to do is have the council discuss their priorities, what they would like to see in this report move forward. There are many items within the report that could be moved forward, but from a practical point of view and a workflow process, tremendous amount of work to put everything together at once. So, Jim, I don't know if you'd like to discuss just what the process should be to move them forward once we put them in some kind of a priority order, or pick 3, 5, 7, whatever it is that we would like to see move forward, and what the process will be at that point.
Absolutely, happy to. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. So starting with, at least, I believe, starting the conversation with the zoning ad hoc subcommittee. And obviously the subcommittee or the ad hoc committee created a great memorandum. So that's really, I think, the starting point here. And there's some immediate priority actions that maybe the council wishes to proceed on sooner rather than later. Before I get to that, as I've indicated, I think in the past to several of the counselors, for those that may not be an immediate action, but maybe a higher priority that we want to continue discussion on and continue to evolve a potential zoning amendment. Certainly would recommend potentially the council establishing a subcommittee, a standing subcommittee of the council that would work with planning and development to continually have those discussions about an evolving zoning ordinance and different amendments that could take place. But if tonight there are priorities that the council wishes to move forward quicker, I certainly would be willing and able to engage in providing the council with proposed amendments, but certainly would just seek your guidance as to which priorities you would like to move forward. As the president mentioned, there's many great recommendations, but maybe some could be moved forward quicker than others, and what is the priority of the council. So after discussions of priorities, happy to talk about next steps and a schedule in which we could achieve those priorities.
Very good. Councilor Penn, I recognize you.
Thank you, President Tamish. I would like to strongly recommend immediate action. I'm trying to figure out the, well, A, which is the parking minimum requirements, and B, which is the building standards. That's about deleting Ocean Street and putting in, inserting Pleasant Street. And I think those two are the easiest to deal with, that those immediately get rewritten in the zoning and come before town council as soon as possible.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
that helpful? I mean, it was asking for guidance, and so I'm just directing for those two immediately. I do want to mention that with the parking, this report mentions the last parking study that was done in 2017. I don't remember who did that study, but there was one done before that by the Urban Land Institute, ULI, which was, I think, a much better parking analysis of the downtown area. And for some reason, the town immediately, after they received that report, went out and issued an RFP and hired a different consultant to do another report on parking, which I didn't think was as valuable to the town or on the money as the Urban Land Institute. So if they're gonna update reports, they should look at both of those studies that were done in downtown Hyannis if possible. It's just a note for posterity from the past. But they're talking about updating work that was done in the past, so we might as well look at both of those rather than just the one.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I'd like to invite Bob Schulte and his committee members. Please up if you'd like to have anything to add or discuss. Yeah, right up here, Bob. Sit right up here, please. Yeah. I'm sorry, I should have invited you up at the beginning. Councilor Mendez.
Thank you, President Tamish. What I believe is the biggest issue in town is the zoning enforcement issues. I think that should be the highest priority because that has the biggest impact, immediate impact in town right now. And I think it spans not only Hyannis, but all villages. So I think that's the one that I would like to see have priority.
Okay, that is under discussion for an enforcement person, an additional enforcement person within inspectional services, and we'll certainly bring that forward. The committee itself really didn't have a role in that, but we're going to move that forward. I agree with you. There should be a specific person responsible for zoning enforcement, so we're going to move that forward. Councilor Crowe? Upstairs. Oh, I'm sorry. Bob, could you introduce your committee? Bob Schulte, chairman of the committee, and I'll have you introduce
I'm
your
sorry.
committee.
Bob Schulte, the former chair. To my left, Ken Alsman and Kathy Ledeck.
I will get my act together sooner or later. Councilor Ledke.
Yeah, I wanted to go a little further than Councilor Penn and really embrace how beautifully this has been presented. I think the problem with this zoning from the beginning has been the lack of a comprehensive view of it. By that I mean, you could, in theory, tear down every building on Main Street. There's nothing stopping that and building these. And I know when Councilor Penn was president, she had talked about a model of the downtown area. And I think so if you don't look at all the 4 bullet items under the immediate priority action, I think it's not going to work as a total. And I think it has to all be done together. And I'm very much in support of 3 stories, because really 3 stories is 4 stories. Building today, the stories are much taller, at a larger scale than our historical properties. And when you put a roof on it, you're up to the 4 stories. So I think 3 stories is good. And we really need a comprehensive look at this, and maybe that's something that was missed at the beginning, was perhaps there's some sort of percentage or something that stops the potential to destroy every single building in downtown and start from anew.
Thank you. Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. I agree with the options that are on the table. I also think that looking at the district boundaries, kind of softening those edges so that we have the people that are, maybe if we can't bite off the 4 stories down to 3 stories, we have the kind of the zones on the side that have also grown up, and that's impacting, as we heard from the Deluzes and the other woman who going to have a 3-story next to her house so they can look into her outdoor shower. I don't think any of us would want to have that in our residential neighborhood, especially when we've been living there a long time. And I'd also like us to look at, studying. I think that Director Kupfer, you mentioned that there's maybe a grant underway to look at how we can change our inclusionary affordable housing percentage. Where's maybe the break point for that? And I agree with the building heights coming down, but also I know that there's, the parking study, and there's the question of, the confusion about having one lot that's owned by 13 different people, and how could we maybe manage our assets. And the reality is there isn't any extra overnight parking. So we're building all of these 4-story, apartments with the assumption people won't have cars, but we might be renting to people who have cars. So I think we kind of need to think about a parking. I know the study mentions, parking district, or how we could kind of manage what we have so that if people, 2 single people move into a 1-bedroom apartment and they both have cars and there's only 1 parking space, we've left that one other person with nowhere to go. So I think, that's more probably of a longer term thing. But I think, again, thinking holistically, how all of those pieces come together is important, in order to make changes that are appropriate. Thank you.
Councilor Boone.
Jim, could I ask you a question? Lewis Street in Hyannis. what kind of zoning is there? Do you,
Yes, I believe up top, sorry, I don't have the map in front of me, but I believe it's downtown Village, which allows 4 stories, has some increased setbacks than the downtown Main Street, but not as much as, say, the downtown neighborhood district. And that was that conversation we were having about the outskirts, essentially.
Thank you. Does anybody know Lewis Street? Can you imagine a 4-story building on Lewis Street? Do you know what the parking is like right there now? It is wall to wall. There is not an extra place for parking there. It would be crazy to keep that zoned the way it is now. I like all the immediate priority actions that the committee came up with, and I think I agree with Betty that it doesn't really work well if we don't get them all, and then there are high priority and priority actions, all of which I think we should look at, and I hope we don't forget them. Because that we will be taking some immediate priority action in the near future, and I hope we don't just forget about them and let it pass by the wayside. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Schnapp?
Thank you, Mr. Tamish. I would agree there seems to be an appetite to bring before the council the immediate priority actions, at least under the first bullet of the downtown Hyannis zoning districts. I personally don't know if I agree with the recommendations as stated in this report, but there seems to be a desire for a healthy debate, and it seems that they would come as a package as individual amendments to the existing zoning ordinance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think there needs to be clarification, given there was some conversation of whether this would fall under housing choice or not, on what any zoning change would require of the vote of the council, if it's a supermajority or a majority. The items under the other bullet, under immediate priority action, other zoning related, inclusionary affordable housing ordinance is also mentioned as a priority in the ad hoc housing committee report. I think it deserves priority attention, and how that should get done, and whether it should be a delegation to staff to fast track it. I mean, I don't think I have the patience for a grant application prior to getting funding to do another study to come back in a year for a recommendation. I think that we should move as quickly as possible to come forth with a recommendation to change our existing inclusionary affordable housing ordinance. Zoning enforcement issues, I understand that to be a very hot button, and I know that we have put staff resources toward it. If there is a requirement that the council needs to take to emphasize the importance of that, I welcome any further suggestions by my fellow councilors. The identification designation of industrial in the Independence Park, to me, that sort of would go into further conversations that we had talked about, maybe forming a committee. Now, I don't know if I would call it a standing committee. We're right in the process now of reviewing our town council rules, initiating a strategic plan. I don't think I want to expend the energy of establishing a standing committee, but I would be more than happy to support either another ad hoc or committee to really focus in on some of these issues. That might include some of the things under high priority action and priority. Well, there's a lot here, and I think that maybe I would rather dedicate ourselves to the ones that we've already discussed, and then bring back some additional ones at a later time.
That's what I was hoping to hear. Obviously, for staff to try to implement the whole report or move forward, and it's up to the council to have their priorities, because ultimately the council will have to pass all of these items. So if there's no appetite for some of them, there's no sense having staff work on them. As far as the standing committee of the council, we really don't have any standing committees, but I think by having a standing committee, and I'm not talking about establishing it tomorrow, I would like to see that after we work through this process to make it easier in the future for the standing committee, if there are issues, if there are concerns expressed, that standing committee could look at it, work on it, come back to the full council and say, hey, you know, we think these changes should be made. But the standing committee is not going to be here tomorrow. I want to get through all of this first and decide what we're going to do. Vice President Clark?
Thank you, President Tamish. Regarding the inclusionary affordable housing ordinance, Director Kupfer has explained to us, or could you explain to everyone the process you have with this grant that you recently applied for?
Absolutely. So yes, we've heard that the inclusionary affordable housing ordinance certainly needs an update. I think that's been almost unanimous in discussion. So we sought an opportunity for a grant. We have applied. It's before the state. We likely don't hear about that grant until the fall. And then, you know, we'd have to go through the normal process of an RFP and develop that feasibility, that economic analysis that tells us what would be a logical increase in percentages. However, if the council wishes to move quicker, certainly happy to write an order of rationale for a budget or a request for funding for that to be done sooner. Certainly, we certainly can work on that if you so chose.
What I hear from you, if I understand correctly, is with this economic analysis, we might have a better success at executing a viable inclusionary zoning ordinance that improves on what we have.
Correct. Yeah. Right now it's at 10%, and as you likely have seen through our housing report, it doesn't begin until you hit the 10th unit of development. So you see a lot of 9-unit developments, and then and then again, we're only getting 10% of those units. So we're kind of just staying afloat. And you know, I've heard from not just the council, but in the public through the local comprehensive planning committee, a desire for an increase of that percentage. But rather than or to be strategic in what that increase in percentage is, so not to say kill a project through the affordability constraints, looking at what a logical percentage is for Barnstable specifically is what an economic analysis would do for us.
And if I may, sorry, to say that housing specialist Laura Schufelt recommended that.
Correct. Yeah. I think on that issue, Jim, I know that Cambridge is one that increased their percentage, and the number of projects dried up almost immediately. So whatever we do has to be economically feasible.
Correct. Yes, they went fairly extreme.
Yeah. Councilor Crowe?
Thank you, President Tamish. I agree with everybody who's spoken before about these immediate priority actions in downtown Hyannis. I think those are extremely important, and especially the inclusionary zoning. And I think that is a very, very touchy, not touchy issue, but it's a dollars and cents issue that we have to hit the right amount because of just what you said. People have dried up their applications for building with that too high a percentage. I just want to mention that one of the things that was recommended by both these committees was the short-term rental regulations. And I think that's important to do because when we get to housing, I think that's one of the largest bang for the buck we can get is regulating short-term rentals to a point where many of the houses that are rented today, that used to be rented year-round, will go back to that policy. So I'd like to see that included because that was included in both of these reports.
Thank you. Councilor Lutke?
Yes, a couple things. One about the inclusionary ordinance. I know we always talk about SHI, subsidized housing inventory, but I think that misses the mark on what our needs are. I'd like to look at attainable housing. I'd like to look at our ordinance, if it's possible, to work within the 100 to 120% AMI. I think that's the sweet spot for us. We keep saying affordable, but I think attainable may be a better word for us. I hate to say it, but we'll never meet our SHI. It won't happen. It won't ever happen. But let's be attainable and, hit those people that are working and make too much money. We talk about our police, our firefighters, our teachers. They all make too much money to get into the affordable units. So let's start working attainable if we can. I don't know if there's regulatory constraints on that. And the other piece I wanted to go down and maybe grab that I think could be fairly straightforward is West Main Street. The preponderance of West Main Street falls within my precinct, so I'm very familiar with it. I think Councilor Mendez, Councilor Penn are on the most eastward end, and I know President Tamish picks up the west end. And I know when the zoning was done, the west end was saved, and it's very nice down by Lambert's for people who know that. I mean, it's very nice down there with the homes and things. But I'd like to grab that because West Main is out of control, and with the schools and things on there, it could be beautiful. It really could. It has the supermarket. It has a drugstore. It has a pizza place. It has everything you'd want for a beautiful little village center. But it's that the zoning has made it very haphazard. So if we could grab that, and I know the LCP had looked at that as well. I want to stick up front in these immediates, but I really would like West Main grabbed quickly.
Councilor Turkelson.
If we were to appropriate money now for the inclusionary study and we then receive the grant, will we be able to take that grant money and apply it back into the monies that we spent for that?
The grant would not be reimbursable, so any actions that we've achieved to date wouldn't be able to be eligible, but if there was still actions left, we possibly could use it for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Bob Schulte, absolutely.
I guess I'd like to ask my fellow committee members if you have any thoughts or comments you'd like to make.
Just a quick comment, Kathy Ledeck. We intentionally prepared this memo to make it very easy for you to take action on all of the things that we discussed. I mean, when you look at that zoning ordinance, there's hundreds of different changes that could be made to improve it. So we really tried very hard. And Bob did a great job with Jim's guidance to come up with something that you could very easily pick and choose a relatively well-researched item that we know needs to be improved. So I don't think you'll make any mistakes in picking any of these. It's just a question of identifying which ones are the most important. And there are some in here where you can't really take an action today. Further research is needed, and I would urge you to consider establishing some type of group to continue discussions, because there is more research that needs to be done on some of the action items that we recommended. That's all. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. No, not quite.
Just turned it off.
There you go.
I'm the new guy on the block. It doesn't look it, but anyway, I'm glad I stuck around, or I came early for the discussion, the public discussion. I found I was referred to several times. We came out 36 years ago, first time to Cape Cod, and said, we got to come back here. Next year, we bought our property in Katuitt. And 10 years ago, I moved here on a year-round basis. So I'm one of those newcomers that I thought I'd been here for quite a while. So I really appreciate what took place earlier in your meeting. It really brought up what I consider one of the most important things you could do from a planning standpoint. And that was, I mean, my life was spent as a city planner, a town planner and designer back in California, in a place that used to be called the Valley of the Heart's Delight. That was Santa Clara Valley, which is now Silicon Valley. There's not a lot of delight there right now. A lot of money, but the delight seems to diminish quite a bit. So I think I maybe upset some of the other committee members because I kept trying to do this, what I consider a bigger picture or a broader picture of what planning should be about, in my view. And one of the things I came up with is, yes, we have a housing issue, a housing need. But I think more than that, or part of that, is we need a neighborhood need. We have a neighborhood need. And what that means is that the places you have, you foster them and make them better. And you add to them gently, not like I heard about earlier in the meeting. You don't drop commercial uses into the middle of a residential neighborhood that is going to overpower it. And it has to be an adjacency, a transition in those neighborhoods. So that's sort of my approach to neighborhoods, and I spent a lot of time doing that sort of thing. Also, in terms of downtown, I think you have a great opportunity. I think, as my wife said, Hyannis needs more charm. And I have to agree with the lady. It's gotten worn, and I worked. That's another project that I was a strong part of, was the downtown in Mountain View, and we totally revised that downtown. It had lots of empty buildings, which you don't frankly have. It had not a lot of interest. It had some commercial interests that were uninterested in the downtown. And it made a total 180. It took a lot of effort. I think you're going to need Jim and some reinforcements to help make that happen. But it's a matter, I don't think you're going to see an immediate transition of the existing downtown. You have a pretty solid core of the uses and the buildings. There are some that might change, but they have to be done with a great deal of caution. And again, the idea of adjacency, how do you encourage people to do the right thing at the right time in the right place? So I don't know if those are priorities. I don't know if I did prepare a little letter to you for tonight's meeting. I don't know if you ever received it or not, but it's just some other ideas in terms of the downtown. I think, again, it's an opportunity that's going to you're going to love. And it's just going to take a fair amount of time. Some people will think it's too soon. Others will think it's not happening fast enough. And it'll just happen at its own pace. You'll be surprised. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
I'd like to make a couple of comments, Greg.
Okay.
Just a couple of comments. I mean, I do think that within the immediate priority actions, in addition to the parking increase in the building standards, I think the building height and the district boundaries need to be looked at. I think during our conversations and the meetings, we were beginning to hear from developers and other people, and I've heard more of this from the public and other sources, concerns about the amount of building, and us ended up with a glut of market rate housing. So I think, the building height, reducing those, that helps address some of that issue. The same thing with the district boundaries. Right now, one of the big comments we heard from the public, in addition to the heights, was, the fact that there was really no softening of the edges. We could have 4-story buildings going from Main Street all the way out to the Rotary. And I think, in talking to Jim earlier, if I understood correctly, if, for example, the recommendation that we replace the downtown village district with the downtown neighborhood district, the Deleuze property, the one we've been talking about, if that was in that zoning district, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this, because what's being proposed for that would not have been able to be built there. Having changed that area to that zoning district, it made it wide open for anybody to come in there and build something like that. So I think that's an important consideration. And as Councilor Schnepp said, I think these are really kind of a package deal that you really need to be looking at least those top 4. The inclusionary affordable housing ordinance, again, I think that's a very important part of the puzzle. As Jim was talking about the study, I think what we need to be looking at, I'm not familiar with exactly what Cambridge did, but I don't know if that was a flat increase of whatever they said, 20%, but I'm hoping that when we look at that, what we look at, and it was a recommendation of the committee, that it's more of a tiered approach. Up to 10 is 10%, 10 to 20 or 25 is 15%. Beyond that, it's a higher. Those large developments are going to be developers who can better afford to take that hit, if you will, and include a little bit more affordable units. So you're not going to have that total abandonment by all developers because suddenly one town says we want 25% for everything. So I think looking at a tiered approach is the way to go on that. The zoning enforcement, again, I'm not going to get into that. I've spoke to the council before, but I do think it's a very important issue. And quite frankly, it was my understanding at the beginning of the year that we were going to get a monthly report on the progress being made by that group, and maybe I've missed it, but I've seen all the meetings, and I'm not aware of, I think there was the same report was issued twice, virtually identical. I haven't heard any updates on what progress that committee's making. I'm thrilled to hear that Andy Clyburn and a group has been assigned to that, but as a member of the public, I don't see anything. So I hope that is an issue that is being addressed. And Councilor Mendez, I appreciate you bringing that up because I think we're on the same page on that. That's a very important part of the puzzle. And again, we were restricted from making recommendations for a variety of reasons I won't get into, but I think it's something that needs to be looked at. And finally, on the standing subcommittee, I don't know what's doable or what isn't, but I think we did think long and hard about these recommendations. I do think there are some that are priorities. And like Councilor Bloom was saying, I would hate to see these things just disappear and not be followed up on. I think it's important. You can't tackle them all immediately, but a plan needs to be put in place, whether it's a subcommittee or whatever, to address these over time. So, and a timeline established. So,
Well, that's the hope.
yeah,
That's the hope.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
just agree with that.
Yeah. Jim, I'm going to put
Thank
you on the spot a little bit. I took these recommendations and I went back to the original zoning and tried to put them all together. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do I put this? How messed up is our zoning?
Our zoning as a whole across the town, or
Well, I mean,
So-
you've got experience in other towns, cities with zoning and whatever. It just seems to me our zoning is so complex. I mean, we've got overlays on top of overlays on top of overlays. And
Yeah, so I've worked in several communities, and I will say that our zoning is incredibly complex and maybe not user-friendly for the general public who's trying to just figure out, what they can and can't do on their property. Though we try and offer good customer service to provide that service. It could use some significant modernization. The simple thing of a use table is something that every community put in like the 70s, and we simply don't have. You'll see in many districts there's outdated uses and things like that. But every little tweak to zoning does take a heavy lift. There's always public input that. There's a reason at one point in our time that something was added to the zoning. So it's certainly layered over decades and could certainly use a heavy lift. But I think this is a good starting point for that, and we could certainly have another conversation about a more comprehensive look at our zoning. Certainly,
I think that's what it needs. Whether you have a parallel effort to come up with, basically start from scratch, maybe even to look at the various sections of town. It's just, to me, it's extremely confusing.
Some communities have done that. I was with the city of Newton when they redid their entire zoning code because of just that. Pages upon pages, as something arises, a new overlay district or ordinance also comes. So certainly we can certainly start thinking about what that would look like.
Yeah, I don't think we need to continue to prohibit buggy whip factories, do we? But anyway. Felicia Penn, Councilor Penn.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to suggest that that Jim take the immediate action and the high priority actions here, plus whatever concepts that you just threw out about our zoning in general, and literally make up a plan, whether it's 2-year plan, a 3-year plan, or whatever, because he's the one with the resources, he's the one with the vision and the experience with the zoning. We have a report here that's a tremendous effort by an ad hoc committee to, like Kathy said, you know, we tried to make it as easy as possible so you guys could take action as quickly as possible. But we're not the ones doing the work. Planning and development is going to be doing the work. So unless there's something in here in their listing between immediate and high priority, et cetera, and then, you know, it goes down the list as far as favorability from there, I would like to know if he would be willing to come up with a plan for implementation, and rather than have a committee do that, you know, have him come back and say, here's my suggestions, and then we have another workshop and give him some guidance, and then he's ready to go. Because he understands the resources he has. He understands the talent of his staff, which, you know, we all think we do, but we don't, trust me. And I'd like to proceed that way, as making it a suggestion to do that.
Jim, I don't know if you have a comment?
Yeah, absolutely. So based on the conversation that I've heard tonight, I'm happy to offer or rough out a longer-term game plan. But what I've heard to date, and correct me if I'm wrong from the council, that the downtown Hyannis zoning districts, these 4 bullets under there, is something the council wants to consider right away. We're happy to write orders and rationales and bring them to potentially the next meeting. You know, we can certainly work towards that. And obviously it would be a first read. It has to go to the planning board for a public hearing and then back to the council. But based on the conversations, it sounds like that is a immediate priority, and I think we certainly have the bandwidth to do that right away. The other item, the three or four other items that have been highlighted in terms of zoning: inclusionary affordable housing, short-term rentals, West Main Street zoning, and the essentially what I would call the industrial park zoning. That will take a little bit more nuance, a little bit further discussion about what the priority is there. So as Ms. Ledeck mentioned, perhaps some sort of, if it's an ad hoc or what have you, committee of the council working with staff to start pulling the thread a little bit on each of those. But what I could do, Mr. President, if you like, we can immediately start working on the downtown Hyannis zoning for council's consideration and provide maybe a roadmap for the balance of these immediate and high priority actions.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately, Jim, this is all going to be bounced back to you. Yep. So I think you've heard what the council and the committee, that their priorities are. And I don't know if anyone else had any comments prior to. Jeff, did you?
Just really quickly, I was going to comment because you kind of stole my thunder like you usually do, but it's okay. That's a discussion for another day. But no, working with the contractors that I work with around town, they find it very frustrating to do business in this town. We have an antiquated system. We have a confusing system. And, you know, it seems like every time we change something, we're trying to hold on to something that's not there anymore, so we're always playing catch up. We're not forward thinking. So we have to kind of streamline things. We have to make things easier, but also we have to put teeth in enforcement, because we give people these regulatory agreements and we don't enforce them. That's what I would like to see. Maybe some streamlining, some modernization, but we also need enforcement. We need teeth in our enforcement, and that's something that we're lacking.
Thank you. Well, Councilor Boone?
Thank you, Mr. President. Jim, I don't know what we'd do without you. I really don't. I'd also like to say that I want to thank Felicia Penn for putting forth these ad hoc committees. I know she received a lot of crap when she first put it forward, but I think it was worth it. And I'd also like to say that I know that zoning is a hot button issue, but you know, it doesn't have to be. Just using the ad hoc committee for zoning as an example, you know, everybody knows I don't want 4-story buildings. You know, 3 was about as high as I wanted in downtown Main Street. But this is a democracy. And so I gave in and said, okay, 3.5 then. You know, if we, you know, please, if there's intransigence involved in a democracy, nothing's going to happen. There has to be compromise. Anybody saying, you know, we're going to stick to the old ways without changing anything, that's just not going to work. And it's going to be a waste of time for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, I wanted to add, I think that this is a great blueprint as we head into our strategic planning. I know especially, Kathy, you produced a lot of good environmental ideas that were put in here. And I really want to talk about that when we get to our strategic planning. And the way you've put this report together will really help us in that. And I'm also 100% with Councilor Mendez. We've got to get traction on enforcement, because if we don't do the enforcement, then, you know, nothing else works. And I, too, would like to see Andy Clyburn's efforts speeded up a little bit and, you know, get more frequent updates and get more discussion on that. Because, and I've driven through your precinct, Charlie, with the parking. I mean, actually, I think yours is the worst. I thought mine was the worst, but yours isn't. Is some streets that are incredible. It's nothing but cars just in a jumble and nothing but kind of scorched earth and sand and dust blowing around. It's really, it's just too much. We've got to get a handle on this enforcement and get stuff sorted out.
Thank you. Councilor Turkelson?
Thank you, President Tamish. I want to thank the work that the committee did because it really was robust. But I also want to thank Director Kupfer for literally taking the language as written and going over it many times to explain to us how, if we change from 4 to 3 or 3.5 with setbacks. I mean, we literally, I don't know how many times we went around that. It was a lot of times. But it was instructional, it was informational, it needed to be done. So the benefit, I know if we just look at the cover page, we don't think the work is done. Director Kupfer's already done the work. He's literally changed the language. He could probably bring them back 10 minutes from now and we could take vote. I'm not suggesting that, but my point is it needs very little work, which is why he's saying he can come back to us so soon. Yeah. So I really appreciate that because it is template ready to go. I am concerned that the West Main Street is going to get left behind, and I don't think that needs too much thought. We have, you know, a drive-through going in and a Wendy's coming into a residential neighborhood that is going to drastically change the character of the neighborhood. Yeah. So I think that really needs to be sooner rather than later. That probably needs more work than any of these 4 things because you've already done the work on these 4 things. So I think, you know, we don't need to, I feel like we don't need to hash that out too much. I don't know what everybody else feels, whether they could get behind kind of preserving the character of that area. Because again, we've seen how we've changed 4 stories. It's going to, you know, change the character of the area. There's, you know, and here we are. But if we keep waiting and then something else comes in, then we're kind of stuck with that because we didn't act sooner. So I really want to support Councilor Lucky's call to get that done sooner rather than later. And I didn't mention the short-term regulations because I got flustered, but I also think that that's important as well, Councilor Crowe. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You noted, okay. All right, any other discussion? Jim, I think you have enough to,
Yep, I have my marching orders, and we'll get to work.
very good. Anything else? Again, thank Chairman Schultz and your the committee. Appreciate it. Fantastic
Thank you to the
job.
council for holding this workship and following up on all the recommendations. Look forward to seeing what comes next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to discuss the Housing Committee report. Let me see here. Real quickly. Okay. So, obviously, Rick Presby is not here to walk through the report with us, but the report's relatively simple, and, you know, that the recommendations are pretty clear-cut, I think. One of the things that their first priority is to submit a home rule petition to create a transfer fee of an amount to be determined for houses sold above a certain amount. Revenue from the fee shall be deposited in the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust. Comments on that? Councilor Lutke?
I would absolutely like to do this. I'd like to get Mark Milne's comments on this. I think this is something with the amazing real estate values we have, and certainly our tax base is based on that, most of these being second homeowners. Where I live, you now can't buy a house for less than $4 million. I mean, that's insane. My parents bought my house for $17,000. Of course, that was in the 1960s, but still, it's just craziness. So I think we ought to do this. I think this is, in my mind, kind of a no-brainer that other communities have done this. It's been successful. I think we should start working the numbers and get going on this.
I agree. I agree on that. Mark, Mr. Milne, I don't know if you had any comment on moving forward on something like this? Maybe we lost Mark. He's still showing. Okay. All right. We can have that. We can have some further discussions online. I get the sense that this is something that people would like to move forward on, so we can move this forward in some of our leadership meetings that we have. Councilor Turkelson?
I'm just curious, legally, are we required to have the money be just into the Affordable Housing Growth and Development Trust Fund? Is there any way that we could take a portion of the proceeds and maybe, looking out in the audience, maybe put some monies aside for our 100 to 120% market segment? I mean, I love how some of the other towns are really, they're doing up to, I don't know, is it 210% or something? So it's like we are, we have the programs and processes in place for that segment, but we're kind of missing that higher segment. I'm wondering if we could make some of this money available to that, or is that just wishful thinking?
I recognize Town Manager.
Mark Ells,
Ells.
Town Manager, and I will talk with Mark Milne. I don't know if he lost connection or not. Yes, we can. And what I'll do is I'll ask Mark to put together from concept to revenue source what it takes. And then once it is created, what the council can decide to do with it. And I'm sure there'll be policy, and I'm sure there will be, formal action that will be required by the council for whatever the outcome of that is. So that's all. I mean, it's no different than what we've done in other areas with identifying varying revenue sources to look at a broader portfolio of how we generate revenue to offset anticipated costs, specifically the CWMP. If you look back a decade ago, we didn't have any of the ability we have now, and that's because Mark and I got tasked back when I was at Public Works to come up with a diverse revenue strategy, and Mark did the financial side, and I did the other side, related to SRF and technical and regulatory, and here we are. So, yes, there's lots of opportunity, and it's why, and I'm working with President Tamish, that we've been asking, Mark and I, for a fiscal policy and economic growth workshop with the town council. It's critical. We haven't had one in 2 years. It's really important. This is just one of the issues. Thank you.
If we find an extra 15 minutes in a meeting, we've been kind of packed lately. Councilor Crowe?
Just a quick comment. I see there's probably a majority of people who will be interested in doing this home rule for a transfer fee. I think we need to be very careful with this, with the overrides coming. I've mentioned this before. And also, would there be a limit to what this would be, what percentage? Because all these kinds of things, when you see the federal and state governments do this, it's always the next, okay, we can just add percentage and percentage and percentage, and it gets sort of out of hand. And I think at some point, it discourages people from wanting to stay here and pay their taxes here if it gets to a point. So I just wanted to put that in, and that we need to be cautioned about that. And from what I've seen throughout the country with these kinds of things, it starts at 0.5%, 1%, then it ends up being 10 or 12%, and that's a major problem, I think. So I'd like to make sure we're careful with it.
Well, that would be up to the council.
It would.
Yeah. So, any further discussion on that item? Use town assets, including buildings and land, for affordable housing. I think the discussion we just had about the town assets, that fee, that potential income, certainly used for affordable housing. We've had discussions about using town land. Some of them have been quite vociferous, to say the least, for affordable housing, but that's a conversation that will continue. Their recommendation that the town council prioritize funding and hiring a housing staff person. I think most of you are aware that the county, and some of you may be even more aware of that particular program, that the county is going to be having a housing person that will be available to the towns to start doing some of the bookkeeping work to keep track of units, keep track of what's affordable, what's not affordable, what the developers are supposed to be doing, and that sort of thing. And more information, I think, to come on that as that is fleshed out. And we already talked a little bit about create a regulatory structure for short-term rentals. Several years ago, there was a proposal for regulating short-term short-term rentals, and it was shot down by the council, but I think it's time to look at that again and bring that forward again. So
I think it was actually a 6-6 tie, the vote.
yeah. So that's their 4 recommendations, and we'll move forward on those via the town manager and staff. All right. All right, any further discussion? One point, Mr. Ells?
Thank you, Mark Ellis, Town Manager. Relevant to the second item, and I think at one town council meeting, it was suggested that the town should have an inventory of its assets, which we do.
I do.
And
Yep.
we have since I joined the organization in 1989. And we've just updated it as we've moved along. So at any point that the town council would like to sit down with us and look at that inventory of assets, you know how wonderful our GIS is. Back in the old days, we used to do it by hand, but and it was at Public Works because we were ultimately tasked with maintaining it, unless it was assigned to the schools. But we can have those discussions. But I think, as you've all seen, how complicated it is when you identify an asset to potentially do any type of use on it, comes with a lot of public discussion. And so we're ready when you are to at least we can graphically show it and spreadsheet produce it. But the meat of it is our discussions with the public and you to see how you'd like to proceed. You've already framed well the opportunity with the county, which Jim's looking at carefully. As soon as we know what the capacity of that role for the county will be, and it's a very good role because we all have the same challenges, Jim will either say, that's good, that's satisfied what we needed done, and, or he'll say, they're not going to satisfy it, and we need the asset in place, we need the person in place. And so we'd bring something to you at that time.
Okay.
So that's where we're at on those two. I just wanted to bring you up. And on enforcement, I know I'm jumping back, but the last update was in mid-May, so we're a little bit behind the monthly obligation. I know Andy's working on it. We also have a very active review from what would fall under inspectional services as something that they could enforce, even though there tends to be an assumption that they have much of the authority. It is widespread within many departments in the town. But from their perspective, we are coming forward with a plan of both staffing and budget needs and corresponding rate increases that aren't town manager fee increases, they are town council fee increases to offset those costs. And it isn't a one-person expansion that we're contemplating. We're looking at 4 or 5 to be able to accomplish what we envision the task as. So at some point in the near future, hopefully end of summer, maybe early fall, that will be ready. But I'll have Assistant Town Manager Clyburn do an update, get it recorded, and then be ready at the next meeting to give you another one, actually, because we'll be at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. One point I want to make the council aware of is that we're planning an executive session on the 17th. The town manager's contract is coming to a close in a year, and we have to notify him if we are going to renew the contract, and if so, we would enter into contract negotiations with him. So that'll be an executive session on the 17th to discuss how we're moving forward on that. All right. Anything else, since we're technically in councilor communications? Do I have a?
I'm just saying acknowledge the councilors for showing up, because they didn't have to be, and we would have had to.
Oh. I want to thank the councilors for your indulgence tonight. We got through the CIP, we got through the budget, and you're all to be congratulated. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to adjourn. Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Councilors Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Schnapp,
Yes.
Before him.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Turkelson.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. We are adjourned.